Hello. Yo, what is going on? I am very sorry. Also very out of breath. Yeah, man, we fucking had to haul ass. My XLR cord just snapped at the end, the corner. I had two others, and they are both at my parents' house. Um, and nobody was answering. I didn't want to risk them not being home. I needed a new one anyway, so fuck it. But yeah, dude, woo, this has been a fucking day already, dude. This has already been a day. Let me tell you guys. All right. Something happened last night. All right. I'm gonna champ machine gun in the building. We're gonna go over the topics. We're gonna go over everything we're gonna go over, but while I promote and let people jump back on, because we had like 28 when I left, and there's like 7 people now. So, I'm promoting, let everybody get back in the chat and everything. So while we're doing that, I'm gonna give everybody a story time. Almost lost it on an old bitch. I'm not gonna lie. Almost snapped on an OB. You know how that goes. So last night, so let me start from the beginning. My mother-in-law, who's elderly and collects a social security check, had an issue come up with her social security. If anybody's ever dealt with social security or Medicare, Medicaid, stuff like that, you know that it is a very, very much bullshit system filled with red tape that absolutely shows how inefficient government can be. But that said, this was actually a very good thing that happened. Because they caught this thing and they flagged her check, they ended up seeing that she's getting back pay, that she's like owed like a few grand in back pay. So that's great, right? But the problem is that because everything was done, late, her social security check that's supposed to come in already isn't going to come in until either tomorrow or Friday. So her landlord, who knew about all this, by the way, she's a slum lord, by the way. I'm thinking about exposing her too and doing like a whole fucking deep dive and just like driving by her house like this. But she starts pressing her like, yo, you need to pay me. And she knows, right? Tells her, get this. She's lying, obviously, but she says, I called Social Security. I told them I was you. They said you already got it. And my mother-in-law, who's like, what the fuck? Like, for real? And she calls him right away, thinking this bitch is telling the truth. Obviously, she was lying. And they're like, no, it's going to go in your card. I don't know where anybody got that. Whether you know that or not, that's a felony. That's a felony, brother. And so anyway, I called her. I called. So she wanted to talk to me, or she wanted to talk to my wife. And so I said, no, you're going to talk to me. And I said, we'll pay it right now. How much does she owe you? Or how much do you need to just shut the fuck up? Right. So I called her. Now, I think she knew she was going to be in trouble for the whole Social Security thing. Because as soon as I start talking to her, dude, we're not even 10 seconds this combo. And she's like, who the fuck are you to tell me I went to Social Security? I was like, what the fuck? I didn't mention a word about it. Literally, not one word. I called specifically with one of these tones. Listen, I'm going to show y'all my white voice. All right. Listen to my white voice. Ready? Here it goes. So I called like this. Hi, Nora. Is that you? Hi, this is Mario. Mario Munguia? Yes, Olivia's son-in-law. Yes. Hi. No, I'm doing well. Yes. Jesus will be with you. So I was calling, and so like I did the whole white voice, right? And they're like, and she was like, just starts popping off, bro. So and by the way, this woman is, clearly like delusional and shit. She's got like mental issues, right? So I'm like, okay, you know what? We're not doing this then. I'm not gonna give you a fucking dime. Never mind. So we hang up, right? Call lasted like a minute, and it was like 58 seconds of her bitching me out, right? Just yelling over the phone at like random shit. Like she was like, and I found a meth pipe. I'm like, what? Are you saying it's mine? because I've been missing mine. So if you found it, I really need that back. No, I'm just kidding. But anyway, so she hangs up. So I tell my wife, I said, just call your mom, tell her to pack some shit. We'll go pick her up. She can stay with us for the night, you know, a couple nights, whatever. Let this fucking psycho lady calm down. In the background, I hear her, or we hear her, right? She tells her, and you better believe that if your son-in-law comes around, I'm gonna shoot him. This is the second time, by the way. She's 2 times before she's told us that she has a gun, not in an aggressive situation. Well, yes, but not against us. So it was like this homeless guy who's just passing by, because she lives off of a major street, by the way, that literally like semi trucks pass by. But she's like one of those neighbors. It's like binocular scouting for anything that she can call the cops on. So she's like telling us, this is on last Thursday. I think I even talked about this. My mother-in-law was doing laundry here, and then we took her home, and I walked her to her back because this lady called saying that a homeless guy was trying to break into the house. The truth was this homeless man had his stuff stolen by another homeless man who gave it to this lady, said it was his, and if she could hold on to it, she does for whatever reason. I have no fucking clue. And then the guy who had his stuff stolen is like, hey, I want my shit back, calls the cops on her. She's like, I'm going to call the cops. Like, okay, call them. It's my stuff that's fucking stolen. So she says she's going to shoot me. And I'm like, dude, I'm a civilian, bro. You know what I mean? Like, you know who I fuck with, or I don't fuck with them, but Charleston White is a dude who says some smart shit sometimes. I know y'all are going to be like, wait, Mario, he's clearly retarded. Yes. Okay, fine. I agree. But that doesn't mean he doesn't say some smart shit sometimes. And one thing he said that was very smart is he said, when you are in the drug game or in a cartel or in like some sort of war, right? You have weapons at your disposal. Hold on. Hello? What's up? Uh-huh. So about 8:30, maybe 8:20. Yeah. Okay. I think this is a conversation we should probably have, like, you know what I mean? Like a serious one. Okay, cool. All right, love you. Bye. All right, sorry. They're looking for a new place for her. So anyway, this crazy fucking lady says she's gonna shoot me with a gun, right? And now I know she has at least one firearm that I've seen. She supposedly has a shotgun. She also told us she was law enforcement. Okay, she said she was law enforcement, and then she said I'm ex law enforcement. Turns out, listen to this. Turns out, this is how crazy she is. She's not ex law enforcement. Her fucking daughter is dating a cop. No, not a cop. A fucking cadet in the police academy. And she thinks that qualifies her as a, fucking a douchebag, I guess. I don't really know what else. But anyway, yeah, so I called the cops, obviously. And as Charleston White said, if as a civilian, the police are your weapons. Right. And listen, I grew up in really in a lot of different places, but like in an inner city sort of situation. Right. So there's this idea where I come from that you don't talk to police. You don't ever talk to police. You don't snitch. And that's bullshit. Okay. You don't snitch on your friends. You don't snitch if you're the person doing the crime with another person and then rat them out. Yeah. You don't do that. That's a bitch move. That makes you a pussy. That makes you, like not a man standing on your business, right? But it's not a snitch if you're selling drugs next door and they're about to and I'm somehow implicit and the cops are coming. Yeah, I'm telling on you. I'm not going to get in trouble for your shit, bro. All right? Listen, for the people that know, I'm going to mention it. We're not going to talk about it. I don't want to get into it, but I wasn't always a civilian. And you know what happened in those days? I was responsible for my fucking self. Okay, I didn't worry about nobody else. In fact, I didn't give a fuck about nobody else. I didn't want information to be able to rat. You know what I'm saying? Or to turn state's evidence or whatever the fuck. All situations are not cut out the same. It is ridiculous to assume that calling the cops is somehow being a rat or telling or anything. Not at all. Call the cops. They are your first line of defense against crazy ladies. Okay. And here's the other part. I was only wearing the glasses because of the light, but I'm not a douchebag. Here's the thing, right? Like, what are you going to do? You're not going to knock out an old lady, right? Like, that's ridiculous. Like, first of all, I don't want to get into public fights at all. Like, I'm fucking in my 30s, bro. Like, that was a long time ago. That kind of shit is done. I don't need to like, what's the word? Like, um, like double down on my manhood in public displays of gayness. You know what I'm saying? So it's like, you're not going to do anything physical. And it's like, what else do you have? What else do you have? This is all I have. You know what I mean? All I have is this, the ability to tell on her. Now, the police came, obviously, and we talked to them, and they were like, well, do you feel threatened by this woman? Now, they got to understand, like, that's an ego thing right here. Y'all feel me, guys? I know y'all are there. I know you got to feel me at least. Like, as a man, I don't want to be like, oh, I'm scared to death of this old woman. Yes. Oh, this old lesbian woman terrifies me. Like, no, of course I don't want to be saying that shit, right? But like, am I scared of a person with mental health issues and a gun? Fuck yeah. What? I think you're crazy if you're not. Yo, there's this documentary on Netflix called The Good Neighbor. I don't know if y'all seen it. Y'all probably seen at least like the clips of it if you've been on Netflix in the last, like, I don't know, half a year maybe. It's a really good documentary. It's about this older white woman who moves into a mostly black neighborhood, and then she's just like constantly calling the cops on the kids playing football and basketball and baseball. And like, I remember that, right? I was that kid in the hood playing football in the street, and our old ass fucking Mexican neighbor calling the cops on us, right? That was where we lived in. That was the era I lived in. Let me tell y'all what would happen in my era when we would play home run derby, and I was Mark McGuire and my brother was Sammy Sosa, right? Let me tell y'all what would happen. We would hit that ball over the fence, and there would be times where it would get sent back and it was flat. He would poke a hole in it, or he would cut off the leather on the ball, whatever he could do to fuck with us. But let me tell you, we were never afraid of getting shot. We were never afraid of getting killed. That was never a thing that was happening for us, right? And today I feel like that's just not the case. And so it's not like, oh, I want to get this lady in trouble or anything like that, but more so, I don't want this to be. She's already mentioned guns 3 times. And now this last time directed towards harming me, right? If I let this go and I don't say nothing, and something happens in a month and they say, well, this is her first time on record that anything happened. There's no other record of, she's just a, sweet old lady, and this was an accident. No, I don't. Then that's on me, bro. That's on me because I didn't make sure that there was some sort of documentation that says she's ramping up. So I don't know. I've been torn on it all day because I don't want to waste my time either, right? Like, I don't want to fucking go to investigations and detectives constantly. Also, I am from the hood, and I'm not saying you should distrust cops, not at all. In fact, I'm more than willing to say here and now that the vast majority of cops are good, or not good. Good's a fucking relative word, but do their job in a manner for which they understand it at the highest level. In fact, I think bad cops are actually very rare in the sense of like racism or just like evil, ugly people. I think a lot of times bad cops really fall into the category of, their egos, got checked, or they were just having like an emotional, you know what I mean? Like day or whatever, somebody triggered them or whatever. And it's a bad day. If you're like working McDonald's and somebody and a customer pisses you off, you could spit inside their fries and have like a, justification in your own heart and head, and not need anybody else to deal with it, right? But if you're a cop and everybody is seeing you get owned and you're supposed to be quote unquote the law, that's how I think most bad things happen. But ultimately, like I said, I'm not scared of her. I don't think she's gonna come find me with a gun. And so I just I don't know. I've been torn because, like I said, I don't want to be the person that could have been the person that, if she acts out of pocket again, boom, we got to take this lady in. She's getting worse. You know what I mean? But anyway, that's the little story that I had. Matt said, what if I called the cops on the house selling drugs because I'm also selling drugs on the same block, hypothetically speaking? Ooh. All right, let's see. So wait. So that is a tactic for which you're trying to take out the competition, right? Okay, I think that there's two scenarios that dictate whether that's snitching or not. Okay, first scenario, if the block is dry, right, and product is slow, and there is an increase based on scarcity, and there is also only a certain amount of product that can be filled and a certain amount of customers to fulfill. In that case, no, that's not snitching. That is you being a very wise businessman who knows that scarcity will drive up prices, but supply is going to make um, competition problematic. So in that case, you're just really trying to assure your own success. And you're also trying to get the most out of your total gross net worth each and every month. Right. And that's the other part about it is like people don't realize, like, people think like drug dealers are rich. That's not the case at all. Drug dealers are not rich. Like, can I say this? Yeah, I'm gonna say this. So one of the plugs that I know that probably is responsible for like 90% of all real vapes in Texas. Oh, South Texas. South Texas. Yeah, he's probably responsible for like at least 90, maybe even more of all the authentic vapes in South Texas. And this guy makes like just off of my own calculations, and I'm terrible at math. I know he's making at least six figures a month just off of those sales alone, right? At least close to it because the numbers are, it's crazy when you see them. But anyway, the aftermarket, I mean, um, the thing is that he's in a position to like squeeze the market, so like there's nobody competing with him, right? But all that money goes back into something else, right? So if you're making, let's say, $100,000 selling X amount of coke a month, um, what are you paying on guns? What are you paying on security? What are you paying more on that should be legal? Like, have you ever tried to go buy a car with drug money? You know how much more you have to pay to buy a car with drug money, or a house, or like any of the normal things? You ever try to pay a doctor for your kids' braces with drug money? It's not easy. It's not easy. Drug dealers aren't rich. They're not. They're really not. They're immature, right? Like if you're a kid and you're making like, let's say, $1,000 a month, or yeah, like $1,000 a month, right? And you're a kid in school and you don't pay rent, you don't pay your phone, you don't pay your car, you don't pay any of the things, right? So that's all overhead. Bro, you'll look rich as shit, dog. My niece right now, bro, she don't pay rent, she don't pay car, she don't pay none of that stuff, right? Nothing, literally nothing. Okay, so everything she's making is not even going into college either. It's all hers. Bro, she's got $500 diamond earrings she just bought, which I know, guys, that's retarded. And I'll take that L as her uncle because I feel that one, bro. That one's like, oof, you made, damn, that's day one shit, rookie mistake you made. And that's on me now as an uncle, not preparing you for what it's like when you actually have money in your pocket. And I knew in college because I was working at Stripes, I was umpiring on the side. And by the way, I don't know if y'all know this, umpires make really good money. On a little kids tournament that would take like 3 hours of time, like the whole day, right? I was walking out with like 150, 175 for 3 hours of little kid ball. You ever seen an umpire little kid ball like T-ball or coach pitch? It's not really hard. You're basically babysitting. You know what you are? You're the PE coach trying to keep some semblance of organization. You know what I mean? But anyway, yeah. But if you call the cops on the guy because you're not, because you're just like, if y'all are all eating, then that's snitching for sure. Anyway, we're gonna go ahead and get into the show. Uh, oh, let me come. Actually, I am about to get into the show. Give me 1 second. We're gonna take a quick phone Do 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 do. Oh man.
Hello.
What's up, man?
What's up?
Oh, nothing. Just live. You want to call in? So you could do it in the phone. I will. Hey, I was gonna ask you real quick. Um, do you know any places that are like good rent right now, or like for elderly, like homeless or disabled? I mean, not homeless, for elderly or disabled. Ash's mom is looking for a place, and I thought I would ask you because I know people come in all the time, and you know what I mean. Uh, okay, yeah, all good. Yeah, if you hear anything, let me know. I will. All right, later. Hello, this is Mario. Oh, yes, I'm so sorry. I remember. Is there any way y'all could give me a call back tomorrow, preferably like before 2 o'clock? I do want to have this conversation. They called yesterday, and I understand, the nature of it, but it's just not easy for me to talk right now, and it would be much better tomorrow before 2. Awesome. Thank you so much. All right. Thanks, Susie. All right. Fuck. It's tiring using my white guy voice, but I got to do it. I mean, technically, I guess I am a white guy. I mean, my great grandpa is white, and he was like hillbilly white, so it's extra authenticating. His last name was Wells. That's my grandma. My great grandma's maiden name, or my grandma's maiden name, is Wells. And then also on my grandpa's side, we have some Jewish, like actual like um but I guess it's not like technically because you have to be like, it has to be like on your mom's side, right? Or something like that. Do 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 do. All right, guys. So today we have some different stuff we're gonna go over. I was gonna do this later, but I just want to do it now. We're gonna go over the Mosley-Mayweather. I'm sorry, Mosley. I said Mosley-Mayweather. Mosley-Mayorga uh fight from back in the day. All right. So we're gonna revisit Mayorga and Mosley. I watched the fight the other day on what's it called? On the zone. It was on the zone. When was the my I should pull up all the info, right? All right, let's see. Where is it here? Where is it here? Okay. So we're gonna start here. Okay. Let's see. This is gonna be fun, guys. This is gonna be fun. All right. We're all gonna go back in time together. All right. For the Mosley Mayorga experience. Let me just promote it real quick. When did Mosley versus September 27th, 2005. Damn, 2008, dude. That's almost 20 years ago. Hell, stop listening to me. Watch. Tap in below. Tap in below. All right. So we are going to look at the Sugar Shane Mosley and Ricardo Mayorga fight. Their first fight occurred in September 27th, 2008. This was at the Home Depot Center in Carson, California. Okay. The Home Depot Center, by the way, if you don't remember, in the 2000s, it was like the place. I want to, in fact, go and we'll look at some of the fights that were there in that time, because this was like a really pop-in spot, right? It was like before the Blood Bowl took over and the StubHub Arena, became the premier name and everything like that. But this was like really fun times to be a boxing fan, and mostly because boxing was like so what's the word? Trivialized at that point, like everybody had their piece of the pie, right? And there wasn't any sort of like desire at that point to really like cross fences unless you were a specific fighter with a specific narrative, right? It was like everybody was making in-house money. It was a great time to be a boxing promoter, right? Dana White was a joke in boxing. Nobody even fucking knew his name, right? The only thing that you ever knew about Turkey and boxing at this time was that it went really good in November on Thanksgiving. That's it. That's all you knew about Mandals, right? You didn't know how Mandals work. You didn't give a shit. You just said, hey, some guys wear Mandals. I don't know who they are. Turns out they're Turkey. But this was a time where I feel like boxing was just like really different, right? Like HBO, Showtime. Like, could you imagine a fan man like coming into a fight these days? No, right? Could you imagine a low blow from Galata like today starting an entire arena filled riot, like a January 6th insurrection in a boxing arena because of a low blow? Probably not, right? And this is one of the other things that we missed right here. I feel like the cornerman's advice, maybe it wasn't better, but it was just more animated, right? It was more fun. Like go back to like Teofimo Sr. And I'm not trying to beat a dead horse with that guy, right? Because he's a clown enough without me chiming in. But C4, I told y'all, stop drinking the stuff that gives you cancer and makes your penis small, which is Celsius. Red Bull, Monster isn't terrible, but it's not great. Basically all of them except for C4, Rain, Ghost, and there's another one I'm forgetting. But yeah, I'm not gonna say it's healthy because I don't think having a shit ton of caffeine is really healthy. But if you're gonna have 200 mgs of caffeine, C4 is where you go, I say, or Ghost, but I say C4 or Rain. Rain's good too. Here's the other thing though. If you're actually working out, it's not terrible, but you should just be doing a pre-workout because it's a specific formula that is designed to give you a better pump, thus help to create more vascularity and more increasions that give the appearance of being shredded and bigger muscles, if that's your goal, obviously. Yeah, you're much better off not drinking energy drinks and then just taking a pre-workout before you work out, unless that's at nighttime, and then you're just gonna fuck. Well, I forgot this was even Shane's dad at first. I was like, Ronnie Shields, where have you been with this? Yo, Mayorga, listen to me right now, guys. Listen to me right now. Mayorga was a monster. A monster. All right, guys. Rewatching at Shane Mosley. The hell does Shane Mosley not have an X account? Shane Mosley Twitter. The hell it says it's at Shane Mosley. Oh, is this him? This isn't him, is it? Yo, this is not right. No, this isn't right. Come on, bro. Sugar Shane Mosley don't got a fucking check mark, bro. Yo, that's fucked up. Damn, champ. Elon over here fucking gatekeeping and shit. Over Mayorga back in Sept of 2008. Hashtag boxing. Hashtag nostalgia. Nostalgia. Nope, that's not how you spell it. Nostalgia. Hashtag eat a dick. No, I'm just kidding. Hashtag Iran war. No, I'm just kidding. For like more clicks and shit, right? That'd be hilarious. Nostalgia. All right. Okay, so anyway, we are here rewatching the Mayorga and Mosley fight. Now, I want to just give a few talking points here. Obviously, the fight was fought in September 27th, 2008, and it was at the infamous Home Depot Center in Carson, California, where some of the best fights in that decade of the sport happened. Maybe not the biggest fight specifically, but a lot of the greatest fights that we had in that 10 years happened at the Home Depot Center in Carson, California. Now, they had a rematch in August 29th of 2015. Yeah, that's basically what the era produced as far as rematches were concerned. If they weren't both under the same, banner for each and every single fight, just didn't pan out that way. But the match was a blood rivalry by the time they got to it, guys. Okay. And one of the biggest reasons for that is Mayorga grabbed Mosley's wife's ass. That's right. Mayorga grabs Mosley's wife. All right. So I think I can find it. So what happened was during a promotional press conference for their rematch, this was the aftermath, boxer Ricardo El Matador Mayorga slapped the buttocks of Shane Mosley's, his girlfriend, Bella Gonzalez, causing a brief chaotic melee. Let's see. What if we just real quick watch it? All right. Don't worry. Listen, here's the thing. This is wrong. All right, guys, this is wrong. Okay. And if you don't know this is wrong, shame on you. Shame on you. Okay. You don't slap another man's butt. However, if you're going to do it, make sure that it leads to a ton of pay-per-view buys. I'm just kidding. That's a joke. So, well, I fucked up, but you're going to see it right here. I'll give her 25,000 to smack her ass again. Yo, Monster May is what they called him. You know who Money May is? That's cool. He's broke. That's Monster May, bro. That's Monster motherfucking May. Not only did he slap her ass, which again, I'm not saying that's cool. It's fucked up. It's dick. But if it's going to happen, you know, at least it's heading towards pay-per-view buys. That's all I'm going to say about that. But this man does it and then is just turns around seconds later and is like, yeah, and give her $25,000 to do it again. Shit. I would pay 50. Fuck that. Like, yo, that's a monster fucking move, bro. How do you, like, can you not see things from the beginning, bro? Like, what is going on here? Oh.
Y le pego otra palmada. In the ring,
Oh,
I'm really gonna go out there and I just can't wait, I'm gonna kill him.
Yo, okay, never mind. I'm not. Let's see if we have a better video. Is this the same fucking link? Oh, okay, never mind. All right. I don't think we're gonna find a better video than that, unfortunately. Let's see. Dude. Right. Ricardo Mayorga slapped Shane Mosley girlfriend's butt. Okay, here we go. Perfect. All right. Here it is. What the fuck? How did I get removed? All right, watch this shit. This is the good shit right here. All right, so this is Ricardo Mayorga and Shane Mosley heading into their rematch. All right.
Today, so I don't know what happened.
No, we banned cigarettes from the building.
Yo, all right, now I get why you did it. They banned cigarettes from the building. That was like Mayorga's like calling card. All right, you know how the Joker would leave like little Joker cards that nobody wants inside the deck of cards. That was his, you know, calling card, right? Or like how the Riddler would leave like question marks or like the color green behind. Mayorga's trademark was a cigarette, and he would use it to disrespect his opponents. How, you'd ask? Well, everybody knows that, you know, if you're a serious fighter, a serious pro athlete, you don't drink, you don't smoke, well, sex is the one that's a mixed bag. Some people think it's okay, some people don't, but whatever. For sure, alcohol and cigarettes are on the no-no list. If you are a serious athlete who is dedicated to their craft and treats their body like a temple. That said, Mayorga would literally like smoke, like before, after the fight. Honestly, there might have been a clip of him smoking during the fight. Who knows? In fact, I'm going to make it if there isn't. And I'm just going to tell everybody he did that. Dan Crenshaw response to primary election upset. It was crazy that he lost, man. It just sucks because I don't know. He just seemed to be like one of the only people in the Texas legislative that wasn't a psychotic nutbag, but either way, granted, he does look like a Bond villain. Shout out to what's his name? Fuck, I forgot the drug addict's name from SNL. Anyway, so this was the presser, and she's saying,
and given the history with these two, I'm gonna just have, you know, Shane Jr. and D-Morrow.
Sit down.
D-Morrow? What is she doing?
You can have everybody come here, and we'll do the face-off here.
Sit down.
And let's keep it clean, guys. Mayorga, I'm talking to you.
Oh God. This is gonna be great. Oh, yeah, get the fuck out of the way.
There you go.
Yes! Yo, you see even see it. You heard it, bro.
Are you fucking kidding me? You goddamn.
No. Oh my God. This man, listen to me right now. This man is a delinquent. Okay. This man, Ricardo Mayorga, is a monster. A monster, bro. Listen to me. God, because y'all don't. Because the kids, let me tell y'all why I'm kind of triggered right now. Okay. I know y'all don't watch stupid fucking children stream, and that's God bless you for that. Unfortunately, it's part of my business. It's part of my everyday happenings, right? It's like if you're a novelist, right? Even if you write like romance novels or like a very genre specific book, right? You care what, Stephen King is doing. You care what Dan, whatever the fuck his name is, and all the other, colorful font titled authors, you pay attention to what their book sales are, right? You pay attention to what the music sales are and you know what I mean? This is like the same thing, right? So like, yes, I see what clips of Aiden Ross, clips of Neon, clips of, Kick's most retarded version of people. And so more and more you've been seeing guys like Aiden Ross have fighters on, or like Oblivion or guys like that, Neon, they've been having like boxers, right? Like who did it? Fuck, now I can't. Oh yeah, Keyshawn Davis did one just recently with Oblivion. Shakur and Terrence Crawford both did one with Aiden Ross. And the reason why I'm bringing this up is because in all of those things, in all those clips and all those shows, the one thing that is abundantly clear is that these guys don't watch boxing. They don't watch MMA. They don't watch combat sports. And that's fine to be a casual fan and promote the, sport in front of the millions of people, specifically kids that watch you. That's great. I love that. However, it's not great when guys pretend to have education or knowledge about something, right? Like it would annoy me so bad. I don't know why, but when I was in college and like I knew a girl liked a guy that was like a friend of mine, and then they would like clearly look up Sports Center like stories right before they got to the bar and like verbatim read them. Like I literally caught a girl like reading out loud, but like memorized in her head the talented Mr. Roto's do's and do not drafts list for that year in fantasy football. You know what I mean? And like I hated it because it's like, dude, just be yourself and then maybe you'll learn, right? But these guys like push these narratives. Like they were like, oh, well, of course Jake Paul beats Tank, right, guys? I mean, you mean the fucking dude with like 4 inches on height, or actually like 8 inches on height and 6 inches in reach, and then like 30 pounds in body weight? Yeah, that guy. Yeah. I mean, he should win, right? He should win. But we're not saying who's the better boxer, of course. And it's like this idea that like this stuff is new. Like you see Arman out there, right? If you're a UFC guy or MMA guy, you know who I'm talking about. You see just like a lot of these people, even Keyshawn Davis, like none of that shit is new, bro. The people have been doing jackass things on camera to sell a narrative or a product or whatever for forever. And Mayorga, bro, he was a monster with it. Stop playing, dog. Stop fucking playing. This man is a monster. Listen to this. Listen to this. Very, very. Listen. I'm gonna mute. Listen.
There you go.
He already sees it. Yo, you gotta listen to that. Yo, that's crazy work. And here's the thing. At first, I believed it fully, right? Like I thought, oh, this is serious. This is actually what happened. But I'll be honest, after the years went by and I realized how desperate these moments are for the people that have invested into it and who need it to be financially successful for their own financial security, like the desperate stunts that fighters and their loved ones will pull for no other gain than to, sensationalize things. I don't know. It's kind of problematic, I think. So this was rematch. Listen, what was that? Why did you just scream again? Listen, and here's how you know it's fake. No, I'm not saying you know it's fake. I'm sorry. This is why a person with rationality and a decent usage of logic would assume this is fake. Okay, she's gonna scream. Watch everybody's reaction. Everything stopped, and they're like, "Wait, what happened? What happened?" And it's almost as if the incident happened and everyone reacted. Then she reacted afterwards, and everybody said, "Hey, that reaction sounds authentic. Why? We need to stop and find out what's happening because this isn't authentic." So if somebody who just screamed out is in real distress, we need to stop the fake outrage and we need to handle the actual problem. Now, I don't know if she screamed in a delayed reaction. I don't know if she screamed because maybe she almost fell. It seems like people are holding her, though. I don't know why she screamed. We can't know for sure. All I know is the reaction to that scream makes it seem like this was a staged incident. I don't know. I'm not talking shit.
Are you fucking kidding me, you goddamn idiot?
Now, that right there sounds... What was... Listen to her. Okay, listen to the part. Look, she turns into one of Michael Vick's dogs. Listen, real quick. Listen to her at the end, at the very end of this clip, or not the very end of this clip, but the end of this part right here. So yeah, then everybody stops. They're like, "What the fuck? This is supposed to be fake. Why is somebody screaming?" And then she realizes what she did. Right? She's like, "Oh shit! I just killed the momentum of this clearly staged incident. Let me try to re-authenticate it by overacting."
Are you fucking kidding me, you goddamn idiot?
That is not the reaction. Okay, that's the reaction anyone would have. It's not the reaction I can imagine you'd have if you didn't know there were a bunch of cameras on you. I'm not saying anything other than you can read into those words all you want, but I'm just saying. Yo, what? Come on. That's fake. Stop. Nobody gets so mad that they spew their words out like a fucking 5-year-old. Yeah, this was staged. She's like, "I'm gonna fucking beat the shit out of you."
Are you fucking kidding me, you goddamn idiot? What's wrong with you? What the fuck is wrong with you? You hit the big balls like that?
See, and look, they're all like, "I don't." Look at this guy smiling, and look how low stakes the situation is for literally everyone else. No, this was fake. Yeah, this was fake. But anyway, let me tell you what wasn't fake. All right, this wasn't fake. The night that Shane Mosley told Mayorga, "Eat a punch in your fucking face." Oh, that's not it. My bad. All right, so we are in the 11th round. Maybe it's the 10th. Hold on. Let me see.
This thing turned. We looked and tried to see if there's any problem with any hands or any muscular situations or anything with Shane Mosley. This fight turned.
So this is the 11th round. Now, let me give you the narrative real quick, okay? The narrative is that Shane Mosley came into this and he was supposed to be like the better boxer, right? Obviously. And Mayorga was supposed to be like the trash fucking come forward guy, punching, throwing, all that, right? That was the narrative. Most people thought Mosley was going to be better. It was just more of like style matchup. What's going to happen? It could be interesting. And what we ended up getting was very surprising, right? Mosley did for a little bit gain control and do what we expected him to do. But at some point, Mayorga completely flipped the script in this fight, like completely. And not just the narrative of him losing or struggling to win, but he began to run away with a momentum that was so clear that the entire arena and the commentators began to think there's no way this guy's not coming away with the fight. The momentum has shifted completely in a way that no one thought would happen. It's not that nobody could foresee. It's okay. It's not that everyone thought Mayorga was going to get his ass beat. It's that anyone who thought that it would be a competitive match or that Mayorga had a shot thought it would be an ugly fight that Mayorga was going to stretch himself out in. And then what ends up happening is we get to this 11th round where Mayorga is
the
just
8th round, Mayorga
outboxing Shane. That's what happens here. If you're not clear, that is what happens.
Mosley is reverting to the style.
So what you're seeing here now is Mayorga centering, which was different from the rest of the fight up until this point, right? Or maybe the last couple rounds, because Mayorga had been putting rounds in the bag, okay? So Mayorga's got the momentum, and he's doing what he wants. Meanwhile, Shane's landing punches, and they're having little to no effect. Shane is simply trying to land this one big punch because Mayorga is having more general success as the fight continues.
Turns his back to him again, almost hot dogging it is
Mayorga. Yes, absolutely. And that's the other part of this, right?
What's going on here?
Yeah, man. I don't know why you can't pause on the outside of this thing. That sucks. Okay, so anyway, what was I saying? Oh yeah, so this was a very different situation here, right? This was a situation where Mayorga was not just winning, he was starting to like show out a little bit.
But he's taking more time, like when the referee allows him to do it, he's taking it.
Mayorga beat him to the punch that time. Is this what happens to a 37-year-old fighter? I mean, all his experience, all his class and everything certainly rose to the occasion after 2 and certainly after 3.
Yeah, absolutely. 4, 5, and that's 6, the big part of it is that
it's another fight here.
It's a different fight. That's exactly what it was. It became a different fight to this point, right? And there was nothing you could see from Shane Mosley that would give you the indication that he was going to do anything and make any sort of last stand. Now it's really ugly, but that's Mayorga's fight, right? If it wasn't looking ugly, then Mayorga wasn't going to be winning. That said, as this last minute approaches, you see Mayorga working from a distance, closes it out, shoe shines, backs up, even though he does get tagged a little bit, but he's lining up Mosley. He's not just going in there reckless. Look at him. He's keeping a distance, right? Tried to work in. These are all things. Look at him. Look at him. He's like, I already won this. And here's the other part. To a degree, chat, he's right. He did. Because the expectations weren't these. So in his mind, he's like, I already got the dub. Because what's going to happen is we're going to go into the scorecards, and if my hand's not raised and my name is not called by the announcer, and the judges didn't give me this fight, it doesn't matter because I'm just going to go out there and talk that beautiful shit that I talk. And let me tell you, when you have the kind of verbiage and the kind of gift of gab that a guy like Mayorga has, he didn't even speak English. And he got over in the English in the American fans. Didn't even speak English. And this guy got fucking over. You know what I mean? When you're that good, bro, you don't need another level. You really don't. So it was surprising to see the guy who is like this giant piece of shit. I mean, that was his brand. I'm not going to lie. His brand was he was a giant piece of shit. And here he is being like the gentleman winner. You know what I mean? Like, it's crazy. It's very crazy. And you saw that shoulder check right there, right? So if you notice, right, Mosley starts to get a little bit upset, but it's wild, and he knows that being wild favors Mayorga, so he's going to give him a veteran tactic right here. This is a very intentional shoulder shot right here. Watch. That was very intentional. Watch again. Comes up with it hard. Look. That right there. And see, that caught Mayorga. That actually might have been like the beginning of the sequence that he's able to like start. But 20 seconds left in round 11. Mosley, just nothing's working for him. There's no answer here. I mean, look at those. You know, he's pump faking a double jab. Like, come on, it's the round 11. Like, if you don't have anything better than to try to work inside by, you know, by spamming the jab button, I'm sorry, you're down bad at that point. But we're gonna listen to the corner on this next clip, right?
Well, now it's come down to
Way of the Teofimo era or the Teo Senior era of, come on, bro, just throw punches. We worked on this. Remember in the gym, I said, hey, when his head is right there, hit it really hard. Why aren't you doing that? That's our blueprint. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like that type shit. And then, like, this is so different.
105, 104 for the first time since the second round in the fight, or perhaps the third. I get Mayorga in front. But I caution you, remember, there's been a lot of close rounds in this fight.
Including 8 and 11.
And the judges could lean. And that's a good example. That round where I thought there's no way I could give it to Mosley, I think some of these judges possibly could have given that to Mosley.
Sure. 8 and 11 are no are no guarantees. There's Mayorga taking a good shot.
That was a beautiful shot, but
that
he
was
ate
pretty
it
much
well.
what Mosley did in the 11th round.
All
All right, so this is the final round of the 12th, and what you're about to witness from Sugar Shane Mosley is nothing short of spectacular. It is one of those moments in sports that makes you a fan. You know what I mean? Like I remember, like Biggio and Bagwell and Ryan and what's his name? The pitcher. He was from the Astros. He was black, lefty, and he threw like 101 miles an hour at a time when very few did that. Fuck, I forget his name. I actually have a picture with him too when I was a kid. I don't know why I want to keep saying Larry. That's not it. Anyway, like I remember, like that kind of stuff, like seeing Nolan Ryan with a bloody nose when he was playing for the Rangers, right? Like that was iconic, right? Like those are the moments that make sports bigger for you because they mean more. It's like you can associate these major moments in a field of entertainment with your own life. Where were you the night that Biggio, got his 3,000th hit? Where were you the night that Nolan Ryan broke the no-hit record? Those things you remember. And I'll never forget this moment right here. Sugar Shane Mosley potentially down in the fight, potentially not known, and he comes back to do this.
And earlier he had the 2 punches together.
So, this could be as much as Mosley being ahead by 2 points, behind by 1, and we couldn't really fight about it. So both guys need this round. All we can do is tell you how Dave and I see it, and explain to you how the judges might be seeing it. This is the final round, and it's
so here's Mayorga doing something very smart, right? When you feel like you've done enough, there are 2 things you can do. One, you can run and limit the exchanges, thus securing whatever lead you had and hoping that it stands, or you can get in very close, smother. You have no intention of throwing or to land or throwing to hurt. So you are on perpetual defense and you are ready for your opponent, because once he gets into a certain range, you're grabbing. And you know, Mayorga's good at that, but he's also good at landing punches off of that kind of stuff.
Mosley's got to land something powerful, and it's Ricardo Mayorga who's throwing most of the punches right now. He knows how to tie the guy up. He wants to showboat while he's doing it too.
Good body shot there by Mosley, but look at the theatrics. Yeah, they were there for Shane Mosley early to fight off the bull. And now he needs to rekindle some magic from 4 through 7.
Well, Shane is reaching down as best he can right now. First minute of that round, not a lot between the two of them.
All right, 2 minutes left.
He walked into 2 or 3 decent punches by Shane Mosley.
And they continue to throw the shoulders and the chins at each other on the inside. But what's interesting is, if this does not go Mosley's way, he'll have to cite the fact that he had fewer jabs in this fight than we normally see from him. And he walked straight in, and he made the job stylistically easier for Mayorga than he would have wanted to.
And at this stage, with 1:30 to go in the fight, there's a distinct possibility of a draw here, and that sets up some nice fights in the 154-pound division for both guys. And neither guy embarrassed by any way.
All right, so here we go. We're getting to the first knockdown. Just going back real quick, just a little bit. I just want to kind of build up to it a little bit more. So Mayorga, you know, Mosley doesn't have an answer at this point, right? Mayorga is being the odd, elusive, awkward, you know, he's a guy that's going to show you things from all angles and then also headbutt you, you know, either on his way in or on his way out. So that's him doing this at a super crazy level. So there is 1:05 left, a full reset from the ref. There's Mayorga, really with no intentions to land anything major or anything big. And you can tell because, look, you can see right when he comes in, look at the way he throws the power punch, the right hand. Look, see, off of or not off of the back foot, you know, with the back leg trailing forward, right? When you have that kind of moment, that punch becomes like a jab, and yet he rotated his body and telegraphed it like he was meaning to throw a power punch. Mayorga's got to be tired at this point. Tiredness is definitely a big part. But what I'm going to tell y'all right now is why I find this moment in boxing and Mosley's career to be one of the most heroic moments. Listen, when you get hurt in a fight, that fight or flight, it kicks in, right? And that's pure instinct. And for some people, they're really good under that kind of pressure. And for others, they crumble. This was partly that, but there's an air of being able to have to rationalize in a very short time frame, right? It's a sweet science. In other words, in order for him to break down Mayorga in a manner for which will allow him to stop the fight or stop Mayorga, he has had to have put in place a sequence of setups and counters and certain things that make Mayorga weary of certain punches, right? And again, it's all to set up whatever. So you make him afraid of the left up top because you're going to hit him with that right to the body. You make him fear that left straight down to the body because you're going to hit him with that right to the top, right? Whatever it is you're setting up, that's what it is that ends up, you know, being the focal point for you. At this point, Mosley is lost in the sauce. This is a difficult fight, and you do not know what this crazy asshole in front of you, this crazy cabron, is going to do from 1 minute to the next. So how do you sit on your punches? How do you set things up when you don't know where he's going to be, you know, based on your own work? And see, there's Mayorga just letting that backhand go, like with no real effort. And there's Mosley. Now, as Mosley lands those 2 right hands, the one thing he's doing, or 2 things he's doing, he's building in 2 ways. in the first way, he's building towards hurting Mayorga, right? And in another sense, he's building his momentum, his excitement, his gravitas. Is it that gravitas? Whatever, right? He's gravitating towards this moment that the fans and Mayorga certainly don't know is coming. So now El Matador, I think, has gotten hit good enough that he's like, all right, let's get this over with. Less than a minute left. He has to be thinking there's not much. But the problem is he keeps coming forward in this manner, right? And again, this is how you know he's tired. He's not throwing a punch and measuring, right? Because this is what you want to do when you're measuring your shot, right? You want to land, and that's your measuring stick, right? Now you know exactly how much distance to cover. Boom. That right there. And you're good, right? So that measuring stick is important. But when you see Mayorga doing, is he's doing this because he's dead tired, and he does not fear Shane Mosley whatsoever. I'm not saying he didn't fear him at all heading into this fight. I'm not saying there weren't moments in this fight where Mosley landed something that put at least a little bit of fear into the heart or head of Mayorga. What I'm saying is that Mayorga thinks the fight is over. And so does every single person in 2008 watching this fight, sitting at home, because I was one of them. There was probably 30 people in my house that night. Me, my brother, my cousins, 4 of my best friends who were huge boxing fans. We're all sitting there. We're all disappointed in Mosley. And we all think, oh my God, what did Mosley just do? He let this crazy son of a bitch into the upper echelon of prize fighting. And then this happens.
Mosley's round to this point.
The same punch he keeps landing on Mayorga. And Mayorga has no respect right now for Mosley. But Mosley's going to take it from him right now. It's going to be the hook. You're going to see it right there. There it is. Boom. It was the left that hurt. It was the right that put him down. Again, I'll say it. It was the left that hurt. It was the right that put him down. 10 seconds left. Mayorga's thinking to himself, that's okay. We're going home. Fight's over. I got knocked down at the end, but I still beat this son of a bitch. And no, down again with a second left, and the fight is over. The ref weighs it off. Mayorga is not just lost. He's defeated. Look at him on the ground, shaking his head, agreeing that he lost this fight. Not lost, but it was taken from him. He is defeated, not as a boxer, not just as a boxer, not just as a competitor, but as a man. He underestimated another man. And when you do that in life, in moments when it counts the most, it's you that fucking pays for it. Mayorga paid for it on this fucking night. And Jesus Christ, was this one of the greatest moments in the 2000s, in the noughties for boxing. He is upset, but why isn't he crashing out? Ask yourself why the guy who smokes cigarettes, who slaps girlfriends' asses, who does all the disrespectful shit, he got tamed right here. This was the moment where we saw Mayorga tamed in the ring. And all the respect for his brassios, machismo, bullshit, that Razor Ramon small dick energy, get the fuck out of here with that. Yo, Mosley stepped up like a fucking scientist, like an artist of the sweet science, and fucking stopped this guy, this maniac. And again, it's not that you have to hold, because I know a lot of people are going to be like, bro, it's Mayorga and Shane Mosley. Like, what are you talking about? But that's the thing, is then you don't understand what happens in a fight. A fight isn't a race, right? Like a race like between cars. Because when you put a race car on the track, whatever the engine has, whatever you've put into it, whatever the tires have, whatever the driver knows, all of that goes into a maximized effort, right? The car is capable of doing a lot of things, but it is maxed out, right? It's not going to fly. right? It's not going to go 300 miles an hour, right? It's not going to suddenly turn into a boat and be able to go on water, right? It's maxed out with its abilities. And you can say the same thing in a fight. Once a fighter has gotten to a certain point where their momentum has been stripped, where they're, feeling lost, where they're feeling like there's no way they can get this fighter out of there, and then you dig deep enough to pull something like that out of your ass, I'm sorry, that's heroic. As far as sports go, right? I mean, I'm not going to call him a hero at a moment when fucking civilians are getting bombed and 148 young girls with no ties to any fucking people are killed. I'm not going to call, someone who does something in sports a hero. However, I do think this was a heroic effort. Digging deep, fighting against yourself, right? I have boxed. I don't have a lot of experience, but I can tell you that fighting yourself in that ring is just as important as fighting your opponent. I don't think I've ever told this story, but when we were in the hold on, let me take this off. When we were in the Border Wars, when I was fighting Border Wars and I fought Show Kid, shout out to Show Kid, Marine, New York's finest, hit like a fucking hit like a fucking like a kangaroo, bro, just like pop out of nowhere. Excuse me. When he hit me, he hit me to the body in one shot, right? He kept doing this thing. If y'all ever go look at the clips where he was holding my head and doing this a lot, right? And at the end of the day, the ref should have said something, but I remember he was doing that, and so I covered up, and I remember bringing my elbows up, and I remember at that moment I couldn't see below me, but I could feel the air because I was sweating, right? So my shirt was sticking to my ribs, and I could feel the air on the coldness of the sweat. And as soon as I felt that breeze on my ribs, I said, "Oh shit, my lower half's exposed," and bop, I got hit right at that moment. Like literally, it was like this. Oh, fuck, I got to cover. Oh, and I just absorbed the punch like a fucking fat dude absorbing a bowling ball shot out of a cannon. Just boom. And it sapped everything but my legs. Breathing, it hurt. My chest and my ribs hurt. When you try to take a deep breath after you've been punched in the right spot and it fucking feels like your insides are bruised at that moment. Or like not even bruised, like it almost feels like they're on fire, or like they have like Bengay rubbed on them or some shit. And it feels like the oxygen that you're absorbing hurts. Anyway, that moment happened and the bell rang. Now I had already scored that knockdown. If you've ever seen it in my intro, in my bumper intro, go ahead and play it. Fine, guys. Fuck. The things I do for y'all, because I mean, obviously I don't care to see it. I've seen it, but you guys are the one that why the fuck can't I fast forward this shit? All right, guys, you're gonna have to watch everything. Sorry, I was in my powerlifting days. Look, watch this shot I land on Jerry Montes. All right. Shout out to Jerry Montes, by the way, picked up the win in his last fight on Navarrete's undercard. Yeah, that was the left. That was the other Border Wars. But right here, this is the one. This is the one right here. Watch. Can I pause it? Oh, I can't do shit. Right here, look. So like, he hit me with this one right here, and that shit fucking hurt. Yo, I scored that knockdown. It was sloppy. We were super dead tired at that point, but we were, when he hit me with that, I went, okay, so like it hurt, but it didn't hurt as badly as it would in like 30 seconds later, like a minute later, I could start feeling it. I sat down. I swear to God, Doomy's my trainer, right? Shout out to Doomsday Alex Linus. He comes, he starts throwing water on my face. Bro, let me tell y'all, There isn't anyone in this world who doesn't get paid to be a trainer in the corner who is better at it than Doomy. Doomy treats you like you're at a spa, right? The cold water, like he's fucking hitting it on you, right? He's giving you like he's just doing everything, bro. Like putting it on all the. So if you don't know this, the reason why they put like ice packs on the back of the neck or on the knees or sometimes on like the wrists when the fighters have their gloves on their legs, there are body temp points on the body, okay? And they are the parts on the body that will raise and decrease body temperature the fastest. So if the body is very overheated, the quickest way to bring the temperature down is to place ice packs on the back of the neck right here, right? Like right on the below part, right? Where your spine meets the top of your neck. Hello? Hello? Who's this? Aina? Hello? Who is this? Hi, Alina. How you doing? What are you doing? Oh, that's awesome. Are you having fun right now, or are you in school right now? What are you doing? You're at your house playing? No, what? Come on. You got the frisbees out there and you're not playing? That's crazy. You there? Yeah. Oh, okay. Well, I'm so happy to talk to you. I'm sure your Aunt Ash will want to talk to you, but she's not here right now. She went to go take grandma to go look at some new places to move into. Yeah, she's gonna move. She's so excited. Yeah. And you, what's new with you? The what? Awesome. You like school? No, you don't. Oh man, that's not great, but it's okay. It gets better, I promise. It doesn't. I'm lying to her. The what? Oh, okay. Well, that's great. Well, thank you so much for calling me. I'm actually on a show right now, so everybody is heard us talk, and I'm sure they're saying, "Oh my goodness, she sounds like the cutest little girl in the world." You gonna come over here? Awesome. Okay, we'll see you later. Love y'all. Okay, love you, baby. Bye. That was my niece. Oh, not my older niece, right? Like the 18-year-old ones calling me sounding like a child. Anyway, I don't even remember where we were. Where were we? Oh yeah, I got hit. And I sit down and Doomy's like, great round. Cause I don't know if you didn't know, or I mean, I'm sure you don't know. When I scored that knockdown, he had actually scored a knockdown on me first. It wasn't a knockdown. I'm not saying that because my ego. I'm not saying that it wasn't a knockdown. I promise you. I slipped, fucking tripped over his leg. And I think that everyone assumed I was going to win the fight, even the referee. So he gave him the knockdown, I think, assuming that I was going to stop him. But this dude hit hard, like really hard. When he hit me in the gut, it was like the solar plex. It didn't take away my breath fully. But it slowed it down. It made it very what's the word? Not paced. Tempered. No, I can't remember the word, but yeah, it was tough, And so I sit there and I go, I'm done, Doomy. I can't, dude. I don't even think I can throw a punch right now. And he's like, fuck that, you're not done. He's like, you got this, like just like trying to like pump me up mentally, you know what I mean? And yeah, dude, I don't know if I would have quit or not. I don't know. Thank God I never have to think about it, because that last shot you saw on the film knocked out his tooth. Yeah. It was an unfortunate situation, because Show Kid, who has great insurance, by the way, had to drive to Chicago, which was like 2 hours away, I think 2 or 3 hours away from where we were in Wisconsin at that event. And because it was the only emergency 24-hour dentistry that was open. So yeah, it sucked, man. I wish that didn't happen, but at the end of the day, things happen. It could have easily been me that had to have, driven 3 hours or 2 hours, whatever, to Chicago to fix their teeth. But I think what ended up happening, from everything he said and just kind of like piecing it all together all these years later, is he was getting tired, and he started playing with his mouthpiece, which, if you don't have a lot of experience with boxing, that's like one of the first things you have to like mentally get around, right? Like if you're already an adult and you don't have experience as a kid boxing, and wearing mouthpieces and stuff like that, it can psychologically fuck with you. I know a lot of older guys, I should say, I know a lot of dudes who, by the time they were older and started boxing, had a real big problem with their gag reflex, I guess is what it would be, right? It's like it made them feel like they were sucking on a dick or something. I swear, that's what they would say to me. They would be like, "Dude, it's like my throat closes." I'm like, I don't know what you're doing with that mouthpiece. It's supposed to stay on your teeth. You're not supposed to fucking deep throat it. I don't know what you're doing, but no, it's like a psychological thing for people, So anyway, especially when you're moving and fighting and trying to breathe with it. I don't know how much sparring he got, so I can imagine if he didn't get a lot of sparring and didn't get used to the mouthpiece being like in. Yeah, dude, it's real easy to play with it. I remember before I actually started sparring and like doing physical, like taking physical shots and stuff, and I was just doing like heavy back work, maze bag work, speed bag stuff, just like target mitts, shit like that. I thought I was so good, dude. I thought I was so good when I was doing all that. And then it's like, oh no. People get to hit you back in boxing. Did you forget that part? But anyway, yeah, it was definitely an experience for sure. But yeah, dude, I wanted to quit. I'll be honest. I felt like I needed to quit, if I'm being honest. But yeah, tooth got broke. Playing with the thing happens. Anyway, we are going to jump in to the boxing topic of the day, and that is one Boots Ennis. Where will he go? We don't know. Yo, what's up, Bill? Appreciate you tapped in. Let's see. What did you say? Okay, where is it? Oh, here we go. Are we doing wrestling talk? Yeah, I'm gonna do I'll do a couple wrestling topics. I think I'm gonna do the Jade one for sure, because that's gotten more interesting for sure. If you haven't subscribed, please hit the subscribe, please hit the follow. You know, trying to build up the channel. YouTube, X, Twitch, TikTok, all available, all a place to yeah, go and do that. Wow, they are good. This is so good. Um Man, they are so they're this. Oh, that's why. Wait. Oh, that's the wrong one. All right. Where are we at? Dude, look how good Chat GPT is with this shit, bro. I literally put like this took like 5 seconds. I made this while I wasn't talking. So go and listen, or go clock the last word I said before I stopped talking up until this point, and however much time that passed, that's how long it took me to make this. That's pretty cool, right? I mean, it's not like the best, but it's like not terrible, right? Which way is the boots walking? He's walking towards the Jews. Oh shit. All right. So Boots Ennis, if you have not heard, let me see. Oh, let me kick this bad boy off. And that's just what you'll do. Because one of these days, this Verge is gonna fight himself a boots. A boots. All right. So, which way is Boots walking? Is it a big money fight? Is it a title shot? I don't know, but we're going to assess here today on the show. Soon as I finish posting this. These boots are made for walking, and that's just what they'll do. And none of these days, these boots are gonna walk all over you. Mm, 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 mm. All right, so Jerron Boots Ennis in the position that he finds himself right now, which is assed out. Let's be honest, assed out, right? He thought he was getting the big fight, right? And oftentimes in these situations when a fighter like Boots has had the narrative that he's been not stepped up or waiting for an opportunity that's like maybe a little too perfect. It's easy to criticize them, right? It's easy to like say, well, like Amir Khan, right? Amir Khan waited for that Floyd Mayweather fight for way too long. Like Terrence Crawford, you could argue, believed in the Manny Pacquiao fight for so long that it ends up costing them, I think, in the end. So we're going to take a look at who are the guys that Boots Ennis could face. So we're going to go to the divisional rankings with ESPN for a second, who gave Navarrete the win. Shout out to them. I mean, adjusted him on the rankings is what I meant to say. Who are we looking for? Oh, Boots Ennis, right? Junior middleweight. All right. So, as it stands right now, ESPN has Virgil Ortiz as number 1. He last fought November 8th, 2025 against Erickson Lubin. So the one bright spot in this very unfortunate position he finds himself in is that he does have time before the year, between is up. Listen, I before we get into the Boots aspect of this, I just want to talk really briefly about the Verge Ortiz aspect of this, right? Oh shit. My bad. I didn't realize how fucking crazy this was. That better? Nope. I don't know what burden do didn't do. Okay. All right. So, okay, so as you see, Verge Ortiz, 24-0, 22 KOs, coming out of the welterweight division into the junior middleweight division, should be one of the most lucrative moments of his career. And now it could be argued that it is being put, his career rather, is being put on sort of a pause. Now, all right. So what happened was this past week, a judge ruled that the judge ruled, she ruled in favor of Oscar De La Hoya and his Golden Boy Promotions. The Nevada judge granted a motion on March 2nd, 2026, forcing Ortiz into arbitration with Golden Boy Promotions. Now, if you didn't fully understand the situation, I'm going to explain it just briefly. As far as I understand it, obviously. But Greg said, yeah, here comes Mario about to overuse the notes he's been taking on his law contract course. Yep, you are absolutely right. No, I'm just kidding. No, that's not happening at all. I actually have. I think I understand contract law less today than I did when I started that course a month or two ago. It's very complicated, and here's the other part about it. I think people that I think managers and lawyers that pretend to understand it, I think that's exactly what they're doing. I think they're pretending. I think they're just like assuming it to their standards. You know what contract law is kind of like? It's kind of like Christianity. It's like, there's so many subsets of Christianity, right? And they're so different, right? Like Catholicism is vastly different to many other Christian, based religions. And so like Mormons and like Jehovah's Witnesses, and yeah, dude, it's like a lot. And it's like whatever your understanding of the most controversial aspect of that is determines your place in it, how you argue for it, how you submit to its will, from an intellectual standpoint, meaning that it like shapes the way that you see the world. I'm not trying to give contract law like a shit ton of relevancy. I'm just trying to like tell you it's super complicated. That's why it makes me mad when I see like, bro, I'm just gonna call it the way I see it. Like I like Broadway Joel. I've had him on the show. He's a good dude. I know a lot of people, never forgave him for the Canelo shit. That's fine, whatever. It's your opinion. But I fuck with Broadway. But he's just like putting up these like like pearl clutching posts like, how could Oscar De La Hoya do such a thing? And it's like, what, bro? Have you not been paying attention? Like, of course, that's exactly what every promoter in his position would have done. Like, and I'm not saying that's okay. I'm just saying, like, let's not be surprised and have this fake outrage. You know what I mean? Like, you sound like a comedian that voted for Trump. Explaining the current Virgil Ortiz and Oscar De La Hoya legal happenings. What opponent could salvage things for at Boots Ennis? Hashtag boxing. God, I hate promoting so bad. I just wish like someone else would do it the whole time and I would just fucking do nothing and chill. All right. So, or not do nothing. Obviously, this is very hard. So, this is the way I'm going to explain it. I don't know why I even had that on there. So, sorry. Okay. So, the legal injunction again was granted, or a Nevada judge granted a motion preventing Ortiz from having the proposed fight that he was going to have with Boots Ennis that was done in a situation that was cutting out Oscar De La Hoya's Golden Boy. And the ruling also acts to restrict Ortiz's manager, Rick, from negotiating with third parties. Now that's a big deal, right? Because the whole thing was about this proceeding was they wanted to get Golden Boy wanted to get Virgil Ortiz to the table, right? To the arbitration table. And they needed it to happen without the Boots fight going forward. So you could stop the Boots fight in its tracks now, right? And that's goal number one. But the bigger goal that Oscar De La Hoya in this situation has is utilizing Verge and Boots as a chess piece in his bigger chess match with DAZN. Now, if you're not aware of Top Rank's current position, Top Rank lost its deal, or not lost its deal, but its deal with ESPN ended last year. Since that moment that they last had that deal, Xander Zayas was the last person to fight on it. Top Rank hasn't had a deal since then, and they've also been showing all their fights on their terrestrial channels. Their hard channels, like on Roku TV or on apps like Pluto TV or Tubi. A lot of places like DAZN, even Warner Brothers shows HBO fights, past HBO fights on Amazon Prime's like live TV listing channel, and Top Rank has their channel on that as well. So you've been able to watch fights through there. Now, the latest rumblings and reports, and I have a couple of people close to the situation that are reporting on this and have let me know some stuff. And it looks like, first of all, the traction that you've heard between ESPN and Top Rank renewing that deal, that's very true. I didn't speak with Al Bernstein, but communicating with Al online this past week or last week, whatever it was, he made mention how, I don't know if people know this, it was in his book. He was the first person, he was one of the first people that was hired by ESPN for boxing, right? Like he was doing other stuff for the brand, but he was doing a Mike Tyson fight that ESPN had, was, obviously doing media stuff for. And, he puts it in his book that his relationship with ESPN as it related to boxing is like almost like it launched his boxing career to a degree. And that's how he puts it. Right. But he said that their relationship, ESPN's, with boxing has always been a up and down, turbulent thing. They become enamored with the sport and they want to own it and invest in it heavy to gain whatever it is that they are trying to gain. And then they fall out of love with it. And then it's like too much overhead and it's like not enough quality fights. And, it becomes the same story every time. So in this case, what they're saying is that ESPN is very keen to the idea of a Xander Zayas Emiliano Vargas fight. Now, if you did not see Emiliano Vargas, or I'm sorry, if you didn't see the halftime Super Bowl show because you're a retard, then and here's the thing, if you didn't watch the Super Bowl show and instead you watch the Turning Point one, you can go ahead and go. You can unsub. I'm not saying you had to like the Super Bowl one, but if you're pretending to like the Kid Rock one, you can go eat a dick. We don't want that energy. Like come on, dude. You think Kid Rock was good? No, you don't. I'm not going to pretend like I love the Bad Bunny stuff. There's songs of his that I like. That's not really like the music I listen to. So I'm not going to pretend to love it. I'm also not going to pretend to hate it, but I'm sure as fuck not going to pretend to like and love Kid Rock, at least not in this decade. Right. Like I'll admit there was Kid Rock songs that got played in the rodeo when I was driving to school in the Camry, in my 91 Camry that had a bullet hole in the back. But if you didn't see the Showtime, if you didn't see the halftime show with Bad Bunny, then you missed Emiliano Vargas and Xander Zayas, both featured in a show that millions of people watch, billions by now, I'm probably guessing, worldwide, I mean. And Emiliano Vargas and Xander Zayas were featured, not heavy, but they were featured as heavy as anything else or anyone else, even the actors that were featured. I'll say this, they got about like half the Showtime, or not even half. They probably got as much, if not, probably just as much as K-Dot gave old girl in last year's, the tennis star Serena. Was it Serena or was it Venus? One of them was up there walking it up. And it was kind of like that scenario, right? And so ever since that moment happened, I don't know, again, how many people follow these kinds of trends. I do, because it's part of my, everyday job and my focus. But the search engines exploded with Emiliano Vargas and Xander Zayas' name. And now ESPN is very keen to the idea of having that fight. Now, Here is why ESPN is smart. That's a big fight. That'll probably be one of the biggest Mexico Puerto Rico rivalries, despite the fact that, you know, they're not, whatever. We're not going to get into that, but that's probably going to play into that. And that is something that ESPN sees value in, and they're right for that, because you have to understand that when ESPN said, hey, we see value in this Tyson Fury Wilder fight, right? That was already chips on the table. That was already money in the pot, right? Now you're coming into the situation saying, how much do I have to match, right? It's like getting in on Facebook, right? You could get in on Facebook when it was like a stock that was worth like 10 cents, right? And make millions. And then it blows up a little bit, not to where it became, not to where it's at, but a little bit. And now you got to pay $1 a stock, right? Okay, so you're still getting in early, but you're not getting in as much. Now you got to pay what you got to pay. So now it blew up. Now it's $100 a stock, let's say, right? You got to put more money in now, more money than ever before, just to even get a little taste of what the success this thing could bring. So with Wilder and Fury, they knew, okay, we're going to have to bring this full bag because this project is already implemented. It's already set. It's already prepped. But with Emiliano Vargas and Xander Zayas, the difference is that it's not prepped. These are not global stars. These are not decorated fighters. These are not well-known commodities throughout the sports world, okay? They're becoming that, and they have super high ceilings. So if you're ESPN, you're looking at your old blueprint that you used that said, hey, let's throw a bunch of millions of dollars at proven entities, right? Meanwhile, back at the farm, Top Rank was never investing super heavy. Okay, they were investing super heavy into their future, like Keyshawn Davis and Shushu, right? But they weren't securing the fights at the top that are necessary to draw audiences that will eventually see your Keyshawns or your Shushus and things like that. So what you had was a situation in Emiliano Vargas and Xander Zayas where it's a money fight, a future money fight that is not yet at the level of a Fury Wilder in terms of name. I'm not comparing the heavyweight division to their division at all. But what I'm saying is that when you are there and you don't have to invest the millions on top of millions that you would have to secure a heavyweight fight of that magnitude at the time between Fury and Wilder. And instead you can use smaller money, or not smaller money, but you can get in at a more ground level floor on this fight. And I have a very sneaking feeling that this is where we're headed in boxing, right? For as long as Zuffa is not fully in control, but has all the parts to be in control, boxing will have to relegate itself to matchups, right? So in the past, if you're Top Rank or Golden Boy or PBC, right, you're able to go to a bunch of networks and say, these are my fighters. They are the best fighters we have. Here are the metrics on them. When they fight, social media pays attention this much. When they fight on Fight Week, their numbers go up this much. You know, their YouTube channels, their social, whatever, right? And so they say, okay, well, this fight is what we think is worth this much. Getting in on the ground floor of this other fight allows you to not invest crazy money, part of your yearly budget, to secure promoters, other fights that you don't really even give a shit about, right? And now you're trying to make a business deal basically for this one fight. So instead of exploiting Top Rank's entire, roster, they are going to, I think, put a very specific promotional strategy that will focus on the junior middleweight division, will focus on the middleweight division, and will serve to promote and build up a Xander Zayas Emiliano Vargas fight at a time where they don't have to pay out serious bucks. And the reason that I think that this is going to happen, where networks are no longer going to be buying stables but fights, is because Zuffa is going to put people in a position just like they did with Conor Benn, where you can't match that. Y'all guys heard what Eddie said, right? And listen, for all this, Eddie was crying, he's a bitch. Fuck you. You're a bitch. How about that? How about that? I'm not saying Eddie has any right to Conor Ben or everything he was saying was right. All I'm saying is that, yo, when you care about your fighters that much that you get emotional, that's what you need. You need these fuckers to feel some sort of familial not pressure, some sort of familial connection to these fighters, because otherwise then you become Oscar De La Hoya, you know what I mean, just like taking the biggest fights away from your biggest fighters because you're trying to eat off of them more than maybe you should be allowed to eat off of them. It shouldn't be that you hinge an entire deal with a network on the success of a single fight. That sounds fucking crazy. Like and that's the way that this is reversing. Is before it was like, oh, you like me, Oscar De La Hoya, the fighter who always sells tickets and gets people to watch. Okay, well, if you want me, you're gonna have to take all my ugly friends with me. Like that's the way that he would do business before. And now it's like, we don't want any of your other shit. We want that fight right there. So how are we going to pay for that fight, right? Is going to be less. And then by the time you have it, because think about it this way. Let's say that ESPN didn't secure a deal with Top Rank. Like they don't. They say they changed their mind. They say, you know what? We'll see what Vargas and Xander Zayas do down the road. We'll wait, right? Because Emiliano, you know, he looked good in his last fight. We got tested a little bit, you know, and Xander, that was a tough opponent, but come on, man. He could have lost that fight. Like that was a tough fight too. We're going to wait. Okay, fine. You're going to wait, but then you're going to end up in the same position that you were in with Deontay Wilder and Tyson Fury in the rematch, right? You are going to have to wait until the commodity is grown so much that now you have other promoters and networks fishing. So wait, go ahead, try. Wait till Emiliano Vargas and Xander Zayas is the big marquee pay-per-view fight that you believe it could be. But now you're not going to pay what you were going to pay before. Now you're not getting, starting floor prices. You know, you're not getting the stock at the lowest point price in hopes that you get to ride that wave all the way up. Now you're competing with everyone else to buy an already primed fight. And guess what? In this era, when there's a sexy ass fight to be made, yo, there's a man with some mandals and a big ass wallet just sitting ringside, and he don't give a fuck what you think about his toenail clippings on the floor. He don't care. He's paying the bitch to pick it up. He don't give a shit. And that's a man, by the way. I didn't call a girl a bitch because it's obviously a man picking up them toenail clippings. All I'm saying is that if you got money fights, then Turkey got the bag. So how do you compete with that? You have to have vision, right? You have to have vision. I'm Mario Munguia. I am let's say I got $1 million and there is a tech guy out there in Silicon Valley and he has $10 million. And both of us have a chance to invest in something, right? The same product, the same thing, obviously has a lot more money to put into it. But I see it and I have vision, right? In this case, let's say I'm right. And I have vision and I say, you know what? This is going to be worth a lot. I'm going to put $1 million of my money into it. I know that's all I have, but I believe in it. I'm putting in 100% of my money. Okay. So then this other guy who's worth 100 million says, you know what? I don't believe in it. I'm going to put in 5% of my money. That's not a lot, right? But that's 5 million. And that's more than the 2 million I put, right? Or the million I put. Okay. So at the end of the day, when that investment comes back, it means more to me because I literally doubled up my whole bag. And that billionaire that feels like they weren't sure, they're not happy because they got paid on a 2% or 5% investment. They're mad that they didn't make another $100 million, putting in more money. That's the way they think. That's the way those billionaires, millionaires, that's the way their mind works, right? If they bet $100 on a card game, right? Or I'm sorry, on like blackjack, on a hand, right? On blackjack, and they win, they're not happy with what they won. They're thinking, damn, I should have put more money in. Damn, I should have invested harder, and that's where they get you. And that's how they fry your ass with that shit. But ultimately, if you have vision, if you can see the future, and I don't mean like crystal ball type shit. I just mean you're good at predicting. You're good at predicting trends. You're good at understanding the value of things in this moment, right? Like, if you're really smart and you got in on Snapchat, like at the very beginning, oh shit, that's dope. But let's say like now with everything that's settled and the social media market is where it is, and you could say, you know what? I have a feeling that in 10 years, basically the way everything's going, Snapchat is going to be the social media. It's going to replace TikTok. It's going to replace, like, let's say that, right? And then you believe that, and then you put all your money into it and you have vision. That's the way you beat the people with millions and billions of dollars. You cannot beat rich people playing bag for bag. So instead, you got to be like ESPN and be forward thinking. How can I win tomorrow with the play that I made today? And that's what Emiliano Vargas and Xander Zayas represent. They represent a ground floor stock that has a very high ceiling. And if ESPN is going to lose to Turkey and DAZN and The Ring and TKO and Zuffa Boxing and UFC and Dana White, which is basically to say TKO because that's basically what they all are. If they're going to lose to TKO, then they can't do it going band for band. They're going to have to lose strategically, right? And these are strategic moves, trying to secure fights at their cheapest cost point before they become major deals. And you can argue that's what TKO tried to do with Conor Benn, right? They saw who is the biggest free agent that would make a splash right away. They didn't pay this guy $15 million to fight. They paid him $15 million so that they could put his likeness on a poster on social media that says, that said, Conor Benn is all elite, baby. Because that's all this is. That's all this has ever been. Wrestling, MMA, boxing. Whenever there's two promoters going at it, one of them wins, one of them loses on certain things, right? And it's promotion. That's all it has ever been. It's promotion driving all of this. So what happened with the Virgil Ortiz De La Hoya stuff? Well, De La Hoya was trying to utilize Verge and the fight with Boots as collateral to make a bigger deal with DAZN. Back in the day, there would have been no real way for a fighter to do anything. I mean, they could, but it didn't really hold water or weight, because it was like, well, where are you going to go? What are you going to do? We got an ironclad contract and you ain't going to Top Rank. So what are you going to do? That's kind of the way it worked when De La Hoya first started out, right? Today, it's not like that. Right? Because shit, I'll go to Netflix, I'll go to MVP, I'll go to Dana, I'll go to fucking anyone. Matchroom. Matchroom, everybody's talking about how they lost and they got a big L, but they're like a football team that just cleared cap space, or like a basketball team that just cleared cap space. You get what I'm saying? Like, yeah, okay, so when you say who are the Matchroom's premier fighters, right? Are their faces, okay? In this order, I think it's AJ, I think it's Katie Taylor, and I think it was Conor Benn, right? So those three guys, now you have an opening for a new guy to be that guy. And that's what I would be pitching to all my other fighters is like, yo, we just lost this dude. So who's going to be the new Conor Benn? Who's going to step up and be the face of this promotion and get this bag that he's not going to get anymore, right? And who's to say he's not, because it's only one fight deal, right? Ariel Helwani was making a point, I think yesterday or the day before, that he's calling cap on the one fight deal. That it's a one fight deal with a handshake and a wink, wink, nudge, nudge to bigger fights to come. And he could be right. And here's the thing, that's not uncommon in boxing. Whenever you sign with somebody and, then it's like a smaller contract that will lead to a bigger contract with the assumption that everything else has gone smooth, right? It's almost like an option that a promoter picks up. There is no way to make the case that TKO is the okay. Let me put it this way. You have to agree that TKO is the one in the most vulnerable situation. That is the case, because if they have that one fight deal and it's not, and that's what the contract says, I don't give a fuck what a wink, wink, nudge, nudge is. All right. I don't care. At that point, let me tell y'all what signing Conor Benn means after this fight to everyone else, not Zuffa. It means ruining Zuffa's plans. It shows them, hey, This isn't the UFC. You don't have everything locked up. You don't have a huge monopoly stateside on this sport. So when you try to make plans and use your, endless money bag as a weapon in this war that you started, be prepared to have it used against you. Zuffa has to have this $15 million pay off for them in one way or the other. Now, you could maybe argue that it's already paid off simply by making the splashy news that it made, right? How many of you guys out there are wrestling fans? If you are, you could, we also cover wrestling on the show. So make sure you hit the like and the sub and the follow. But how many of you guys are MMA fighter or fans, right? If you are a wrestling fan or an MMA fan and you live through one of the eras that I'm about to talk about, then you understand this principle better than most. Now, when Strike Force and Bellator and WEC, even I guess before UFC bought them out, when all these things were entities inside the MMA world, it became a bigger deal when fighters signed. So when Nick Diaz finally came over from Strike Force, when Ronda Rousey finally came over from Strike Force, when Nate Marquardt finally came over from WEC, when Ben Henderson and the whole featherweight, flyweight divisions came over from WEC, all of that made a splash. It was huge news. And the moment when Strike Force was basically absorbed, right? I'll never forget the biggest MMA news stories that year or that month. They were huge. It was all about, Fedor Lesnar, and just like GSP and Diaz, like all these matchups, right? Similarly in wrestling, you had Hulk Hogan, who went over to WCW, made a little bit of a splash, got old, got boring. Nobody really cared about it. They revamped it with the NWO, and then it kicked off. But what it really, truly did it was seeing Scott Hall and Kevin Nash go over. And so we saw this with AEW when they signed CM Punk and Bryan Danielson and Adam Cole and a number of other guys. The idea of a fighter or wrestler leaving their base promotion, their home promotion, to go to another, specifically one that represents the ops, that's a news story in and of itself. And you can make a splash in boxing, MMA, wrestling, simply by declaring new allegiancy. When you see Bryan Danielson's All Elite, or when you see Danhausen's now working, now WWE, when you see guys that you're used to seeing in the UFC now fighting outside of it, like Ngannou and Fury, these are things that serve to hype the promoter more than anything, right? When Hogan, Nash, and Hall did what they did, they were already major stars. Yeah, they became much bigger stars, but it was WCW that benefited the most. It became the place where, yeah, if you're thriving, if you're a big time wrestler, you can go to WCW. It's allowed now. You can do it and succeed. It would be like if Canadian football, right? Like just popped off and became a thing. And like it made it an option for guys like Patrick Mahomes or fucking Barkley or whoever the fuck, right? To sign. Like right now, there is no option other than the NFL, right? You can't go to another league and expect to get paid the same amount of money. It's not going to happen. That said, though, you can go to a different team. You can go to a different market, and that those are even big splashy stories, right? The Texans just signed another running back. I don't know why. We have 5 now, I think. Fucking like 3 directional change running backs and then like 4 change of pace guys. It's like ridiculous. I don't know why that exists the way it does, but anyway, okay, so I'm gonna piss real quick. I'll be right back. Oh man, this Iran shit. Oh, it's not great. Not great at all. Unless you're hoping for fucking Republican Texans to lose in the midterms, which apparently me and Nick Fuentes both agree on that. It's the first time we agree on anything. All right. Let me get back to the De La Hoya stuff. All right. Let's see. Okay, so now if you didn't understand the situation at its first glance, I'm going to explain that with what De La Hoya was trying to acquire and get versus what Virgil Ortiz wanted, as well as his manager Rick Merigian. And so we're going to talk about that. We're going to talk about the judge's decision and what she did in this and what it means now moving forward for both Ortiz and Golden Boy / De La Hoya. And then after that, we will talk about Boots Ennis and his real serious opportunities and things he has to be able to move forward with. That said, I am going to very quickly grab my stuff to roll in L. What's the matter with you, huh? You're just a big fat girl. Here, if you beg for the live crew, I'll give you an NA. Come here. Sit. Sit. Canella, sit. Beg. Good girl. Bang, you're dead. Oh, boy, y'all's dog don't do that. Stop playing. Y'all's dog don't know how to play dead. Liars. Man, she said, what? I got shot up. And she did the paw thing, too, like that. All right? Baby girl, you could be the next Lassie. All right, so just a reminder, we're going to kick off a YouTube and also IG. We're going to bounce from IG as well because we are going to the gym. Now, we were supposed to do this yesterday. That's why I'm doing like all these boxing contents. Like yesterday we did the wrestling show. We were supposed to come back for the boxing stuff, but then that stuff happened with my mother-in-law. So I never came back. So instead of just saying, fuck it, we'll go back tomorrow, we're going to go today. And so I'll be live. We'll be IRL. Stands for in real life. All right. Sorry, I don't know why I was doing that. But we're going to do the IRL thing. You know what? Maybe I can get my big dog. Senate votes down resolution to prevent Trump from continuing war with Iran. War power vote. What are you doing, little boy? You want to come on stream? Come on. All right. Say, hey guys, look how skinny I am. Not at all. Oh, my fucking thighs, you idiot. Okay. Let me get your eye boogers. All right. Okay, you're putting hair everywhere. Can you be gone? Be gone. All right, let's see what this story is about. Senate votes down resolution to prevent Trump from continuing war with Iran. The war powers. Okay, so if you didn't hear about this, they were trying to use the War Powers Act, which is basically like an old ass. It was how they got the Vietnam War to stop, basically. All right, trying to secure a cameraman. We're going to my gym tonight, or in about an hour. I went to sign up when I was originally going to go to fight in the when I was going to go and fight at the at Border Wars in March. Mex was going to fight, and I wanted to fight with someone that was on the card with me. Somebody from the Texas crew. It's what I wanted, but I didn't really. I think I just wanted it because I wanted like the rub, right? Like I wanted to be able to like do the Border Wars show and really it was just for content, you know what I mean? So once I realized I wasn't going to be able to get into fighting shape that I wanted to, and also my coach, Coach Franco's, was always adamant about me not fighting without at least 2 months of sparring. Like coming back, I mean, like when I'm coming back, because like each time I went to the gym to Coach Franco, who is on the Junior Olympics team with Ronnie Shields. These are like Texas legends, by the way. He told me, he's like, champ, and by the way, he gave me so much confidence. He was like, you know what you're doing when you throw a punch. He said, when you're a coach as long as I am, he said to me, you can hear and you can use your ears and use your eyes to make determinations. But he said that I didn't do it enough to where it became like instilled and ingrained, right? It's not like riding a bike where you can just pick up where your muscles and your twitch fibers are like slow and fast twitch fiber muscles and stuff like that. It's a situation like baseball, right? Where you could have been a really good hitter, but if you're not practicing hitting for months or years and you go back in a cage, it's going to take a minute for you to get your timing down. It's going to take a minute for you to, really. It's one thing to remember every step technique wise to swinging a bat. It's a whole completely other thing to put it all together in a way that exploits the timing. And so that's what boxing is. Boxing's a thing where, yes, you can have, like movements embedded into your brain and how to move and how to defend and things. But if you haven't been doing it in so long, then, you lose it. So you were going to Florida to get a rub, eh? Yo, That's a clip, Matt. Yo, very good one. Yeah, call me Robert Kraft. Call me the ex-quarterback from the Texans, Watson. What was his name? Watson? Damn, dude, I can't believe I forgot his name. Remember, he was supposed to be such a badass. He was supposed to like change the game of football, and then it turned out he was just like really horny all the time. It's crazy. That was hilarious. Come into Florida to get the rub down. But yeah, so anyway, I figured, you know what? Like, nah, I'm just gonna take things slow, and I'm not gonna fight this upcoming border wars. And then I kind of got away from the whole idea for a little bit, because I had so much stuff going on in the background. But I'm at the place now where, like, I talked to my therapist, right? And one of my biggest problems was anger. It's like a thing that I haven't been able to control when I was in like middle school and high school. There are 2 times I put a hole in a wall in my life with a fist. Both of those times were with my right hand. If you don't know, I'm left-handed. I'm a southpaw, and it's like a different kind of psychosis to go into when you don't even use your like natural hand. You're so angry, your mind just wants to hit something so fast to feel that relief, I guess. I really don't even know what it is. But you know, she said that he definitely changed the game. LOL. Yeah, for sure. I don't even know really what it is or what it was. I think part of it was me getting bullied like when I was younger, for being short, and also like, you know, missing a ton of school for medical issues and stuff. Put like a target on my back. And it's not like I was good at fighting. I just wasn't scared of it the way that I think most people are. I think when you grew up the way I grew up in hospitals, when your doctor and your mom tell you like half a dozen times before you get to the age 12 that you shouldn't be here, or that there was like a million reasons that my body shouldn't work or I should have died, like it makes a lot of other things less scary, I think. Because I can't account for why I wasn't intimidated to do some of the things I did when I was young that were really stupid. And the only thing I can really consider is that the fear tolerance was way down for me. But anyway, the point I was trying to make though is the one that I forgot. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba. I'm fucking loving it. Yeah, it's gotta feel. Shout out to Jerry. I can't show your comment because you're on the TikTok chat, but I mean IG. I was wondering the same thing. I was having a conversation. I don't even remember who. I think it might have been Supermax, but I was saying how the midterms were, you know, there was too much time to say like, oh, the midterms are going to be a bloodbath for Republicans. I think it's just too much time. You know what I mean? Like, I think the independent voter, right? The people that are out there that could vote either way. I think they're swayed every day. I think every day it could be somebody different for them. So between now and then, it's really hard to say, you know, that the Democrats can keep the momentum, especially when you look at how they've escalated or like how they've, you know, handled things over the last decade with specifically as it relates to MAGA. That said, this Iran shit could change it all. Yeah, this is getting really hard for Republicans to defend. In fact, it doesn't seem like many Republicans actually even like the only Republicans that are coming out in defense are the ones that have hitched their entire political life to Trump and MAGA. Like they don't exist without MAGA anymore. You know what I mean? Like their whole identity rests on him being successful. You know what I mean? So like, yeah, you'll fucking say whatever the fuck you got to stay in that bitch. You know what I mean? Also, he'll just like toast you. That's the thing that sucks about being MAGA the most, right? If you even show slight resistance, here comes a nickname headed your way, you know. And they're not dynamite. Marjorie Not So Green was probably the worst nickname of all time and proved that Trump's going at least a little bit senile. That was like a terrible nickname. Not So Green. Like, what the fuck are you talking about? Your name is Trump and you've literally shit your pants in the White House twice. Like, what the fuck are we talking about? Anyway, no, it's okay. It's okay. Listen, you can ask anything you want. All right. The show's called Infighting, right? The whole premise for this show wasn't even supposed to be combat sports. I was going to just talk about things that people fought about online every day, right? Tried it for a week and realized, oh, I'm not suicidal, but if there ever became a time where I was, it would be because I was doing this shtick for far too long. It's just exhausting, you know. Some people who, like, I saw one of my favorite live streamers right now is a guy named Dr. Blitz or Blitz PhD, whatever. He's not like an actual doctor. He's a physicist. He has a physicist degree, PhD, and he's like one of my favorites. You know, is like a super fucking smart guy. You know, genius probably. And he just roasts people all day, and he doesn't do it like a dick, right? He's just smart enough to do it. Like, I wish I was that guy. Like, I look at that guy intellectually as like Jean-Claude Van Damme or like Arnold Schwarzenegger or Bruce Lee, like these characters that epitomized badassery, you know, but they weren't giants. They weren't like, I mean, you know, obviously they were jacked as shit, but that's why I always like Bret Hart. You know, he wasn't Hogan's size, right? He wasn't jacked like the Warrior. Now, I'm not going to say he didn't take steroids, right? I think pretty fair to assume that like 90% of the people took steroids in WWE at that time. I think, you know, I don't see anything wrong with it. Anyway, before we get back to the topic, let me just show y'all a little bit. Sorry for making that Slurpee sound. That was incredibly gross and inappropriate. And if you have any small children that were listening right there, I want to personally apologize to them. That'll never happen again. So anyway, this is it. Apex Boxing Club, the Apex Boxing Club. And also, Matt, you can get massages there too. You were asking for why the rub. That's the rub, Matt. Matt rub Matt. So this is the gym. Cool, right? It's not super big, but it's nice. Here's a video shot of it. So we're going IRL. All right, I'm trying to secure a cameraman for tonight. Yo, James Tallarico will not stop messaging me, and nobody will tell me how his campaign, who gave them my number. I know it was either my mom or my brother. I don't think it was Ash, but it could have been. Could have been Ash. By the way, guys, I have an issue here. And not to like change the subject or anything, but I have an issue, and maybe you guys can help. Oh, here it is. This is the Apex Boxing Gym. Sorry, I didn't know that it wasn't on when we were watching. Okay, so I have an issue, right? I have an issue here. My wife has never lied to me that I know of. Like I don't talk a lot about dating or like marriage advice or relationship advice because obviously like I'm no expert. But more importantly, like I just think that things work for relationships, right? Like if like I could never be in an open relationship, right? But it seems to me from people I know, I I got um things mixed up on it. Oh fuck. Damn it. Sorry guys, my bad, my bad. Okay, so I have a problem. So my wife, this is somebody I trust, right? This is somebody not only that I trust, but I feel like our relationship works because I trust her in a way that I could trust like a best friend or like a family member or like a partner or like a business associate, like in all those ways, right? And like people always say, like, I saw a clip of Ryan Garcia and he was saying how he was let him and his wife like his wife was on a date with some dude, right? Now, that's kind of far if you're calling it a date, right? But like if my wife wanted to go to like the bar with her friends and I knew there was gonna be like a dude that hangs out with the group there or whatever, I'm not tripping. I don't give a fuck. It's not that I don't give a fuck. It's more like I'm not gonna let that shit bother me because at the end of the day, either I'm going to trust what she says when she says it, right? Or I'm not. And if I'm not, then that's on me, right? Like I'm not going to ruin my marriage or relationship with anybody because of my own shit. However, I said about a week ago, I told y'all how many wrestling shirts I had and how it was a huge problem. Um, I was gonna go and donate those shirts. Somebody on chat said, "Bro, you should be donating that clothes if you don't wear it." And I said, "Damn, you're right, bro. You're right." And that's also a way to like promote a lot of wrestlers too, I guess. So I went to go find them. Uh, I tried to find it, right? And I tried to go find the shirts. Went under my bed, pulled out the bag, and I knew something was wrong because the bag was like half the size it was before. The shirts are gone. I don't know where they are. I don't know where they are. And my wife swears to me she did not throw them away. She says that she remembers me saying that I was going to get rid of some, and she assumes that I did. Um, it's it's not super upsetting because like the shirts that I wasn't going to sell that I wanted to keep that were like sentimental, like from my grandparents or whatever. It did end up working out. Uh, but I wasn't bad. I was more like, what happened to the shirts? Like shocked, like how could I have forgotten something like that? Now I have to consider at least, no matter how little I think the chances are, maybe my wife is lying to me. Maybe she saw how big the issue was and realized I also had a problem with it, but she didn't think I'd ever throw them away. And so she threw them away for me. That's bullshit. And if she's still lying about it, that's really the problem I'd have with it. But she said it wasn't her. Says it wasn't her. Uh, I don't know. I don't know what to think. How do y'all know when y'all's wife is lying? Speaking of, hello. Okay. Uh huh. What? How on earth did that happen? Oh, okay. All right. Well, okay, bye. All right. So Rob wants to know if I want to go golf tonight. I do. Fuck. All right. Anyway, yeah, I don't know, dude. I don't know if she's lied to me or not, but I really feel like I need somebody to let me know, like, how are ways you can tell. Like, obviously, it's like if you know you're like the person, and I do, right? But I feel like when you are in a relationship, there are like tells that you can pick up on, and they're like very similar from relationship to relationship, right? Even though we're different people, right, that have relationships, we're still people that have relationships, right? Does that make sense? Shout out to Bruce Gas in the building. What's up, champ? We just got done, well, a little bit ago, talking Mayorga Mosley, finishing up from last week or last night, I mean. And we're talking right now boots. Well, actually, we're talking about my wife throwing away my shirts. I suspect her of throwing away my wrestling shirts. I don't have a way of knowing. And so I definitely would love anybody's input that has means of figuring out if your wife is lying to you or not. Anyway, we are talking about the De La Hoya stuff, and we are about to crack that bad boy open. So, again, just to repeat some of the stuff we had said earlier, a Nevada judge had granted a motion on March 2nd, 2026, forcing Ortiz into arbitration with Golden Boy Promotions. This ruling acts as an injunction restricting Ortiz and his manager, Rick, is it Merigian, something like that. But Rick, from negotiating with third parties, specifically blocking the fight with Ennis for the time being. Now, what this means. So Ortiz argued that De La Hoya was in breach of contract because of this boots fight, and specifically not having the network to do it on, right? Now, it was a weird situation and almost like a catch-22, because in De La Hoya's side, or for De La Hoya on his side, he needed the Boots and Verge fight as a negotiation chip or as a chess piece on the board of the game he was playing with DAZN simultaneously, in order to shore up and keep the legality of his contract with Verge from Verge's team's perspective. The fulfillment of a network had to already be prescribed. So you can't have the fight with Boots and Verge without the network, but you don't get the network without the fight between Verge and Boots. And here's the other part from DAZN standpoint. I know a lot of people haven't really said much from the DAZN standpoint. This is what I will say. If I was DAZN, I would be absolutely insistent on that fight appearing on our airwaves. If there was ever a point where Boots and Verge was this fight that everybody saw last decade, right? Like even in the HBO era, highly doubt it, but let's just say it, right? And don't get me wrong, Boots and Verge have been on a collision course for a very long time, and it's been a fight that fans have wanted for years. All I'm saying is, if there was anybody that had the foresight, the kind of foresight that ESPN seems to have with Xander Zayas and Emiliano Vargas, if they had any foresight, they would have secured it on demand like that. Now, I will say that I was never surprised by any of this. In fact, the only thing that's ever surprised me is how surprised everyone else acts by this. whole situation. By the way, I'm gonna put my brother was supposed to come on and he still has not. So I'm gonna paste this out. If anybody wants to jump on, it is in the YouTube, the Twitch link. So go on over to YouTube or Twitch if you want to jump on and talk about any of the topics we've talked about or anything else you want to talk about. I don't really super want to get into the war at the moment, but if it's on your mind, I'm willing to chop it up with you. So anyway, holy shit. This is crazy footage. Anyway, so from a Golden Boy standpoint, they got everything they wanted, right? Rick and Team Ortiz began negotiating with third parties, specifically with Matchroom, to ensure the fight move forward with Boots. And credit to, as I said, DAZN, and credit to Verge and Rick. Like, Verge wants this fight. Nobody can say he's stuck in Boots, and I think Boots absolutely wants this fight. Fans want this fight. I think that's why the pressure is so great on everybody, and that's why De La Hoya is having a very hard time spinning this in any way that doesn't make him look like the bad guy. So we see that the judge upholds what was the situation from the beginning, and that was the injunction that De La Hoya tried to place on Verge's team from continuing with any third parties, right? I remember seeing the Ring Magazine podcast that week, and they were talking about, or Mike Coppinger was talking. It was hilarious. Mike Coppinger's been like super funny on that show, by the way, and like in a very like not trying type of way. He's done really well actually on that show, but I think that he said perfectly what happened. He said that on Monday, February, whatever day it was, he woke up, he got the news about Verge Boots. He reported it, and it broke, I think, that evening, right? And the way he kind of described things, and again, this is like theoretical. I'm not saying he didn't say, he wasn't acting like he had advanced knowledge or anything. This is like joking. But basically, like, De La Hoya woke up to news like we all did and was like, oh, this fight's happening. It's not happening with me. You know what I mean? It was one of those situations like, what the fuck? How is my fighter fighting? Like, you know what I mean? It's like you're Tony Stark and you're about to be an in-game, and they're like, oh yeah, in-game's out. And you're like, oh, that's fucking Tom Cruise's head. How the fuck did I get replaced? Like too big to fail, too big to be replaced type situation, right? Type shit. My bad. Hold up. I don't even know why I still have my fucking headphones on. My aunt is hilarious. So anyway, yeah, we no, I didn't see it. Send it to me though, please. I'm not saying you're not telling me the truth or that that's fake. I'm just saying, can you just send me the story so I can make sure that I read it correctly? No, we already did that. You can go back. It's there. We watched the fight. It took a little longer than I really wanted it to because I got distracted a couple times with phone calls, but yeah, it's there. I'm going to clip it later and put it on YouTube anyway. So shout out to Mosley for one of the greatest final round stoppages you'll ever see, specifically in that era too, or in that decade. But anyway, so you're De La Hoya, you got the thing stopped. You got what you wanted. Okay, moving forward, what do we do? So there is going to be a negotiations of sort, right? They're calling it an arbitration because it is an arbitration. It'll be arbitrated, right? By who? I'm not sure if we even know yet. Probably not. But De La Hoya has already said he's enforcing the contract. He's not looking for a buyout here. He's not looking to get paid out, right? And he's arguing that he argued that allowing Ortiz to fight Ennis, right, who's also with Matchroom, or who is with Matchroom, would cause Golden Boy to lose its media rights deal with DAZN. Now, the judge agreed to that premise. However, her decision has no bearing into the validity of what he's saying. Like how much weight does this hold? Also, where does Ortiz's responsibility hinge from within this, right? So to say that, oh, you can't go on with this fight, right? Because a lot of people had proposed this, and this was such a, not a stupid take. Obviously, this would be great if things work like this, but it was like too optimistic. And that was that they thought that De La Hoya should just allow that fight to happen while they were negotiating. Hello? Why? No, I am. No. What's up? Oh, yeah. What? Okay. Well, I'll wait for you to be here then. We'll talk when you get here. Okay. Love you. Bye. Ow. All right. So a lot of people had suggested that De La Hoya allow the Boots and Verge fight to continue on while they arbitrated the deal between Ortiz and De La Hoya. I don't have any way of knowing this, right? I'm not saying this is true, but it would be easy for someone to start to get the idea that not having Verge Boots could be the end of Golden Boy. I'm not saying that things are that dire or drastic. All I know is that when you read the verbiage in this legal document, right? De La Hoya is putting a lot of backing behind this shit. A lot of backing behind the idea that Virgin and Boots are much more integral to the success of the immediate success and long-term success of Golden Boy. But it might be even bigger than that, right? It may literally be, without it, there is no success. There's no future, at least success, of an unknown kind, right? Like, you're going to be able to like successfully sell off the company and everything. And I'm not trying to make light of that or anything like that. I'm just saying that I don't think a lot of people are talking about the optics of what we're seeing. I think, and rightfully so, a lot of the journalists and people are focused on the big aspect is that we lost this potentially huge fight that would have been awesome to watch and answer a lot of questions and give us a real projection into the future. But there's another story here. There is a subplot here. And it may even be the bigger story in that money ain't spending like it used to. You know what I mean? Once upon a time, Golden Boy was, either the premier or premier 1B promoter in the United States and world, if you know, depending on who you ask. And then at that same point, De La Hoya remained one of the most beloved and recognizable figures in boxing. and then at the same time, right, held high regards with like the top fighters, like a Floyd Mayweather, who was super rich at that point, right? And today, Floyd Mayweather Jr., I think, has given us enough data, enough evidence to at least suggest that he may be a lot less wealthier than he once was. In fact, he may be cash broke, if you believe some of the reports that we're hearing. And some of these are verified, right? Like him being stuck in Russia. No, it wasn't Russia. Where was it? Dubai? I don't remember. Wherever it was. Machine Gun Matt knew. You know, him getting stuck there and owing that oligarch X amount of money. That was a real story. You know, the Florida fight. I don't know how many of you know about that. He, you know, again, reportedly, I don't know anything for sure. All I know is that I know the journalists that were there and talking to the fucking people. And I know that there's a real lawsuit. And what happened there was Floyd had said he was going to do the fight. I think it was Dubai. It maybe not. Dubai just might be on my mind because obviously it's terrible what's going on in the Middle East right now. And so I can't remember for sure, but I don't know. I don't remember. You know what? Fuck it. We don't have to get into that. But anyway, where does Boots go from here? Okay, so first of all, where does Ortiz go from here? That's a much, not simpler, but a much more clearer, at least like next step. And that's arbitration. He's going to be in arbitration next with De La Hoya. Now, what will come from that is one of two things. It'll either be a deal that favors De La Hoya slightly, and not even favor, right? But keep Golden Boy alive, right? That's the only deal that can come out of this. Oscar is not going. Here's the thing: if he takes some sort of like, you know, it's not step aside money, but it would be like probably miscalculated or miscalled that by people. But let's call it step aside money for now, or let's just call it what it is, a legal settlement. If he were to do that, there's no amount of money that will allow Golden Boy to survive long enough to build up another fight, right? And here's the other thing. They got the Ryan Garcia fight, right, with Devin Haney, which many pundits, many journalists that I know and respect and believe shaped this sport in a better way for the last several decades, believe that that's happening. And I believe the what? Okay, just let me know. And so if you are Oscar De La Hoya, you're not taking that settlement. I can't see it, dude. And he's already said it. And maybe that's just him trying to drive up a price, right? Because the more desperate you make the fight sound, the more pressure you put on your own fucking fighter, by the way. The more you do that, the more you're bound to secure a bigger payoff, a bigger settlement for yourself. So maybe that's his plan. But again, I think that I heard something today. And for the last several years, really, but really last few months, more and more, I've tried to like understand certain parameters in society, specifically like the wealthy, right? And it seems like a real thing happens when a super amount of wealth is collected. I learned something yesterday from a clip. Sadly, it was from Andrew Santino and Joe Rogan. I mean, they're hilarious, but I don't know if they should be providing, philosophy advice for anybody. But Andrew Santino said that 1,000,000 seconds is the equivalency to 11 days. Okay, so 1,000,000 seconds equates to 11 days. And his whole premise was that people don't understand the difference between 1,000,000 and 1,000,000,000, right? People say, oh, he's a millionaire. Man, maybe he's a billionaire by now, right? He's got to be. I remember we would say that with Vince all the time when we were younger. We would say, yeah, he's a million. Well, he's been a millionaire. He's got to be a billionaire by now, right? And that all that did was speak to us as kids not having an understanding for the difference between 1,000,000 and 1,000,000,000, other than the numbers that exist in between. But 1,000,000 seconds equals 11 days. Guess how much 1,000,000,000 seconds equals? If 11 days is the equivalency to 1,000,000 seconds, then what do you think 1,000,000,000 would represent in that same time? I didn't have any. I knew it was going to be crazy because the premise of it was like how much bigger of a difference. It's 31 years. 31 years. Listen to me right now. The difference between 1,000,000 seconds and 1,000,000,000 seconds is 11 days versus 31 years. And the whole reason I bring all that up is because I'm not trying to say like, oh, it gets evil or demonic or Satanist or whatever. No, I'm not trying to say that. What I am trying to say is that your ego, I think, takes a hit that it never comes back from. Never. And your ego will cause you to make bad decision after bad decision in a quest for I don't know. And to me, all I can see from De La Hoya, everything he's shown me over the last decade and even longer, everything he's done, the clapback Thursdays, the videos, the calling out certain people, the Canelo beef, the Ryan stuff, all of it has served to show me that it is no longer about money for him. It's ego. The company's name is Golden Boy. For Golden Boy to go under isn't just a loss for him as a CEO. It's a hit as a brand. Golden Boy must survive. Otherwise, the ego will die. And if that ego dies, where is the desperation after that? Look, I was a fan. I'm a fan of De La Hoya when he was a fighter. There was nobody I cheered on more. I got into actual fistfights at school because of my arguments in De La Hoya's favor. And I'm not joking about that. I wish I was less pathetic as a child than that. I wish I could tell you that I fought for my girlfriend's honor or somebody who egged my grandma's house. But no, we were talking De La Hoya and Barrera and Chavez and who the best representation of our people was. And it was the stupidest fights I've ever gotten into. But that's how much I cared about it. And that's how much passion I had for his fighting career. That said, and by the way, I also respected the Golden Boy, the initial business strategy of Golden Boy. If you weren't around back then, he was making partners out of the fighters, specifically his opponents. Mosley cut a piece. Bernard Hopkins cut a piece. Pacquiao, who was, going to be with Golden Boy, there was a situation with him already having signed a contract with Top Rank, and that went to the courts, and what a lot of people don't know that Golden Boy got paid out for several of De La Hoya's fights. I don't even remember what fight it was that he was no longer paying them out partially. But yeah, he was going to get that same deal, made a partner, given equity within the company, right? And for Bernard Hopkins, it went beyond that, right? Now he is one of the faces of the company, right? He is Golden Boy along with Oscar De La Hoya. There's been a lot made about how much Oscar De La Hoya had to even do with the success of Golden Boy in the first place, and whether Richard Schaefer was the architect, the true architect and true genius behind it, strategist, I should say. Max Kellerman made this point on the podcast a couple weeks ago. He said, perhaps what we're seeing with Golden Boy is the foundation that Richard Schaefer set finally disappearing and dying. And what he meant by that was that Richard Schaefer set up an institution in Golden Boy that it ran smooth. It ran so smooth. It ran so well that, and I'm not making a joke here. I'm not trying to make light of it. I'm just saying this is the truth. It ran so well that De La Hoya had one of the number one promotional companies in the world, while he was a heavy drug addict and alcohol abuser, to the point where he ended up in rehab. And, if you don't know that story, then you can go and look it up with Richard Schaefer and Al Heyman. How much of it's true today, who knows? But all I know is that Max Kellerman's point has some value to it, right? There is an argument to be made that Richard Schaefer created an institution within Golden Boy for which, even once he left, Golden Boy was able to survive structurally, but at some point the remnants of somebody's work will disappear, right? Nobody believes that Steve Jobs is still like a heavy influence today at Apple. He may have set parameters institutionally that people will always aspire to, and he may have even like foundationally set the way that Silicon Valley promotes and markets its stuff. But his actual, influence in the company has got to be long gone by now, I'd assume, with multiple changes at the helm and, tech just bursting out the way it has, AI being the new center point. Yeah, I got to assume that he's of little importance from a day-to-day managerial standpoint. But I went too far into that anyway. So what's next for them? A deal that likely favors the survival of Golden Boy, and or the second option, and that would be the absolute stalling out of Virgil Ortiz's career. It's unfortunate, but it is not without many, many examples, right? There are so many examples I could give you. Two of the most recent that would be prevalent in this case would be Mikey Garcia and Andre Ward. There was a point where Andre Ward wanted out of Goosen. HBO was calling, Showtime he had already put on the map with the Super Six, made a networking genius out of what's his name from Showtime, Herschel. What was his name? Fuck. And then he went to HBO after that. Fuck, I forgot his name. But he ended up being the president of HBO Sports, I think, after Ross Greenberg. And it hurt Andre Ward being in that legal battle. And we may never know how much worse it would have been without the untimely death of, Goosen. But on top of that, you had Mikey Garcia's battle with Top Rank. And there are so many other fighters we could use. De La Hoya himself, who lost a little bit of time, not as much as Mikey Garcia, but a little bit of time, trying to restructure that Top Rank deal and ultimately finding his way out. But those moments set a precedent. They set a real precedent in the history of of boxing. But as far as Boots goes, the question is who would be next, right? Where do you go from here? We know that. Wait, let me pull up Boots real quick too. All right. So, this is the current ESPN junior middleweight rankings, and Verge Ortiz number 1 for now. Assuming he fights by November, it'll stay that way. And his last fight against Erickson Lubin, second round TKO. So that was definitely a solid performance and win, especially against a guy like Lubin. But it eliminates Lubin now as an opportunity for Boots, right? Because even if you have the narrative working of a first round knockout, like that just puts you in such a shitty situation. But the problem with not the problem, the good thing with Boots is that the 154-pound division is still new enough that you're still fighting above where you should be if you're fighting somebody better than Lima in your last fight, right? You could say, oh, well, there was Stanionis, you got to fight somebody better than him, or even David Avanesian. You could even put Chuck in there. You could put who else? Thomas Delorme, Lipinets. That's these are solid wins at that time, but Boots is at a different point now, right? Like those fights cannot be the fight that you assume he'd go. Now, Sebastian Fundora would certainly be a big test, certainly be 154-pound. He's a stalwart in the division. So, of course, he would be somebody, but he has a fight March 28th against Keith Thurman. Keith has, he came back to boxing and was able to pick up a win in front of the Australian crowd in hopes of setting up that fight with Tim Tszyu. But we're going to get the Fundora fight, and I'm glad because it'll answer more about Thurman. If Thurman can get a win in that situation, then he deserves to be considered a real contender at 154. And that could solidify a Boots Ennis fight, but certainly not next, right? And by the way, Boots Ennis was last active in October of last year. So he, like Vargas, he, like Verge, has time to get another one in, before that year layoff. And by the way, a guy like Boots really, I think, should stay busy, honestly. And the same thing is true for Verge Ortiz. I would say for Ortiz, it's more important to get acclimated because God knows how long Verge was actually struggling with making that weight, right? And we got to a point where he got sick, had to pull out of a fight like a day or two before, or maybe the day before weigh-in, something like that. I don't remember what it was, but he got sick, he pulled out. It was a big PR nightmare for him. And so who knows how long he's been fighting, feeling not himself, right? Or at least weight drain. Now, Xander Zayas, of course, would be a terrific fight for Boots, but I just don't think we can see that next. I don't think a fight of that magnitude is happening. You also have to consider that if Top Rank and ESPN rekindle their relationship, they have big plans for Xander. And I think Emiliano Vargas is probably one of those plans. Barao was the last fight for Xander Zayas, right? And that was a split decision win for Zayas, but Barao really showed out in that fight. That could be a solid fight for Boots Ennis. Can they get that fight done? Does Barao really want to have that kind of a fight coming off of that kind of a loss? I don't know. I don't know if we could say that that would be next. I'd certainly think that that would be a great next fight, though, especially with the bummer that is Ortiz. Now, we talked about Keith Thurman. You know, he beat Brock Jarvis March 12th, but that was last year. He was going to fight a whole year later, which, you know, if you're Keith Thurman, that makes perfect sense. Now, Josh Kelly, another interesting fight. He beat Murat in his last outing back in January. And that could be interesting as well. What happened? Fuck. No. I think that was Canelo. Brandon Adams. Yeah, none of these other fights are it. However, there is one fight that I think could be made. Now, I brought this fight up before, so have a few other people, and most people laughed at it, and they said it was bullshit fight. They didn't want to see it. However, I argue this. If you have, my bad, I was looking for those. If you have a fight between Boots Ennis and Jermell Charlo, it isn't the test we want for Boots. Not now, right? Mel hasn't shown that version of himself in a very long time, but that's mostly due to inactivity, right? Mel also is the last person to undispute that division. So I just feel like that could be a fight in which Boots takes the lineal championship anyway, because Mel never lost that, right? He lost to Canelo on Canelo's turf in his weight class. And so this could be a big enough fight to give Boots the commercial success he needs while also answering the question on Jermell Charlo. If Mel's good enough after all this time to beat a guy like Boots, then he has to, you know, be considered still very relevant. And if he gets washed because he's no longer that fighter and boxing is no longer something that, you know, he really revolves around, then we'll find that out too. But either way, Boots wins. He wins with a name like that on his record. The division wins by having the former lineal champion, you know, beaten. I just think that there's a lot to it. But listen, that has been my time. We are coming back to Twitch and X only in about an hour. And yeah, we will be at the gym. IRL stream coming up. It's been awesome. Appreciate everybody in the chat. Shout out to Bruce Gash. Shout out to Machine Gun Matt. Shout out to Billy and Devin on the TikTok and IG. And there's a couple other people I'm missing, but I can't see the chat anymore because IG went out of business. So, or for me, it did. But anyway, at Infighting FX on all platforms, YouTube, Twitch, X, IG, and TikTok. You can follow me at Maury Munguia on IG as well. And like I said, we will have an IRL stream coming up here in about an hour. So make sure you're followed, make sure you're subscribed, make sure the notifications are on, and we'll be back tomorrow. Until then, peace.